All right, let's go ahead and begin. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How are you fine nerds doing? Let me do a why is chat there? Why is chat there? Chat should not be there. Let me do a quick YouTube's test. Please work. Okay, so just the chats are just like slightly out of sync. That is doable to deal with. Let me fix that real quick. Give B and hello, A James. Welcome, welcome, welcome on the YouTube side. How you doing? How you doing? And to all the wonderful Twitch people, let me say hello to everyone. Hello, Vicky. Hello, Bellner. Hello, Ars. Congratulations on your first. Let me do the stretching. There we go. Got the stretching. Got my drink. Hello, Moss Dragon. Hello, nobody. Hello, Steve. Hello, Mr. Jaquel. Yeah, and hello, Billy. Welcome, 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 everybody. You're in a bucket. You're going to sleep. If you have to sleep, it's all good. It's all good. But there'll be a no. I mean, so I'll explain exactly this stream. I'm not entirely sure what it's going to look like, if that makes any sense. This is going to be a bit of like a GM prepping, Lancer setting, rewrite, planning for a West Marches kind of thing. So, we'll find out if this is good radio, more or less. But the end goal eventually is I don't want this to be entirely, what's it called? As much as I want to run this as like a kind of continuous thing with VTubers, I do want to have some way for viewers to play as well. So we're gonna work on that. So, here, James, maybe if I lay this out, I can explain what the theme of today's stream is going to be. So, I have been running more and more games of the system Lancer. It is a cool mech setting in the future where you have really cool customizable mechs, and the combat's really fun, and the art is really baller. Let me see if I can find you a picture of my favorite one. I like the Gorgon, nice. Lancer's really smelly, the stinkiest. And hello, Mir, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? I think Gorgon's my favorite. I just love the horse mechs and stuff like that. The dragons. Oh yeah. No, I'm how about the mimic elf? I'm not your average. I'm not your average elf. And how you doing, Wood Imp? How you doing? Yeah, oh yeah. This is the song "Lethargic Witch" by I don't remember who makes this. I have the credit in the YouTube video. This is done by Nagumorisu? I believe Nagumorisu. I can just give everyone the link. They do really good BGM kind of stuff, which I'm a big fan. Yeah, if you would like to know what mischievous music we're playing. Yeah, I love bullet points. And I paint rats, and I'll be painting rats. I imagine late July. I have to imagine that there's going to be time for the Skaven stuff to come in. They will be coming in, I imagine. I imagine it'll be, yeah. Like Rat Boy Summer will be real, and I have some ideas for that. Oh yeah, I was gonna put a picture of the Gorgon on there. Put a picture of the Gorgon up because I love him. I love the noodle. I love the creature. Let's see, I don't think I actually. Oh, I did the thing where I tried to save it, and it was like, would you like to save it as a WebP? And like, no, I would rather die. I would rather perish. There we go. Yeah, Rat Summer will be real, and I'm pretty excited about it. Hour 7. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of people have gotten really into Final Fantasy 14. I have not played it in maybe 3 years, and I don't plan to anytime soon. But I'm glad everyone's having fun. I like it when people have fun playing video games. Just like restart my Explorer. I might have to do my Explorer. I think is in the process of exploding, and I don't know why I decided to wait until stream to do so, but that should be fixable. I want to play Frostgrave. Oh, I was actually reading some Frostgrave stuff today. I have been seeing a lot more people talk about Frostgrave, and it's a game that I have been interested in for a while, but my local groups have just not. There we go. All right, the boy. This is the horse mech Gorgon. I love it. I love all the horse mechs though. They're just hideous little fucked. I like things that just look like fucked up little like mutant things, and they're kind of my favorite jam. They're my favorite jam. Yeah, TTRPG system. Oh, nice. Fuck yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I've messed around with a couple of like. I don't. Well, usually when I do homebrew, I just kind of work on existing systems. I don't think I've sat down and made one entirely from scratch in a while. The last one I did, it didn't. I had a hard time getting my local players to be interested in like doing some like is it really? Oh shit, nice. Oh, that would make a lot of sense actually. Especially if I like zoom in. Yeah, there we go. It's got little funky mandible things. I assume that's just like weird fucky paracausal canon and whatnot. But I made a system called Blood Hackers, which is the idea of like, what if I made a cyberpunk system where they didn't have stupid, elaborate hacking rules? So the idea is that everyone's like a cybernetic vampire, and you drain blood, and the more blood you drain, the easier time you have to hack into devices, which you physically have to bite. And I ran a couple like test sessions of that, and went pretty well. And then we just kind of went back to playing our normal games. So I was like, well, I don't think this is my group is really made for game dev stuff. So I kind of put that one on the back burner for many, many years. Yeah, honestly, Woodimp. Yeah, no, they've my group has eased in pretty comfortably into Pathfinder 2e, which is like not the worst. I don't hate Pathfinder 2e, but it's not like my favorite jam. Like I think the idea has merit because like as somebody who's run a couple of different cyberpunk games, usually what will happen is that you will get into the game and you'll look up the rules for hacking and stuff like that. And I get it. Hackers are a cool archetype, the 80s style of like, I hack into cyberspace and I go find a physical drawer and I open it up and then I look through it. And then I grab the file I need and I get out and oh no, there's ice and it's a dragon and it's like a little 8-bit dragon that you got to shoot with a digital gun. I understand that's a cool idea, but like, I don't know, it a lot of times that just bogs the game down and slows like everyone else who's not a hacker. That's kind of like not the most jazziest thing ever. What's up, Bonnie? How you doing? Welcome. Doing some Lancer prep. The funny thing is, like I would upload it, but there's not enough of a system. There is not enough of a system, I think, that I still have access to, especially after my PC blew up. I don't think I have any of the test files. It might be like the premise is still there. If I would ever go back to like relook at it, like relook at the idea, I don't think it would be the worst. Yeah, I got it back. Exactly. I think the funny thing is I tried a similar idea later on. Goblin with a fat ass isn't a bad system. It's a reasonably mechanically tight system, and it is actually like written down in a thing. I think I could make Blood Hackers real. Oh god, no, Jaquel. I feel so. I have run what's it called? I did not run Shadowrun 6th edition, which is the newest, I believe. I've ran 5th, and we had by sheer chance a. See, oh, we got ad break. Let me take a drink and stretch before we get into that. Yeah, I like Goblin. Let's see. Oh, we're still on ad break. I hate those. There we go. Someday we'll be free of the ad scourge. How you? Oh. See if I can say hello in 1 second. All right, we should be back from the ad zone. Hello, Manual of Arms. Yeah, the YouTube side. I don't got YouTube monetization yet, and I don't know how YouTube ads work, but I think they're usually easier to stop. Yeah. How you doing, Manuel? Welcome. Yeah. I mean, I ran Goblin with a fat ass once. I have a VOD for it. The thing that I'm a little iffy about is also nice. Is that like when I'm trying to figure out how I want to do video uploads on this new channel, because I know if you do nothing but upload a bunch of 3-hour videos, it absolutely fucking tanks your reach, and I don't quite want that yet at this point. But we'll find. I'll find some way to get that VOD ready to party. Yeah, but what's it called? Yeah, when I was doing Shadowrun 5th edition, we had a Technomancer and a traditional decker in the same party, and goddamn, having a separate initiative count for hackers is insane, and I hate it. How you doing, Milkport? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing some Lancer planning today. If anyone's like expecting the session, it is not today, but I'm setting some foundations for later. And also, a couple people were like, "How I'd like to see how you do GM planning," because it's been a while since I've done one of these. So I'm down for that. That will be happening. I will say, when it comes to the Lancer news, though, the other Lancer group, which I've been trying to get together for a bit, they have more or less chosen a date for the off-stream session 0. So if I have to guess, I'm going to say late July, early August is probably when that second one will happen. You read the tweet? Oh, good. I have to double check. I'm never fully certain at what's my reach on Twitter, besides people just already knowing stuff. Yeah, honestly, this is sort of the big thing. Miss GM things I do bullet points. No, that's a lot of it. A lot of my prepping is bullet points. So like I'm in a theoretical idea, what I would write, like I don't know, like here is a settlement, like visuals, like stuff the settlement has looks wise, like landmarks, people, etc. And then I'll do people, and then I just like do some extra like NPC A, NPC B. We'll get a little bit more into it as I'm actually doing stuff like that. Oh, it's all good, Milk. Do you know? Oh yeah, the VOD is actually on YouTube. If you would like to, let's see. If you would like to be able to just like easily find that for later, I do have the VOD on YouTube. I do have it on there. But yeah, that's kind of the basics. I could even go back to so I'm currently using a program called Obsidian, which I find very nice for just organizing things. But like I can even show you guys some like Google Docs that I have for some other campaigns of mine and kind of explain what I did for those. Also, let's see any other little bits I want to talk about before we get into the meat of the stuff. Oh yeah. I should talk about my new light setup. I think it's very similar to Notion. There's like a couple of these, like I go onto these like weird productivity things for a while, and I ended up settling on Lancer, on Obsidian, just because like it's pretty nice. It's got some organization. Technically, if I wanted to get real hardcore, I can do a lot of like crazy linking bullshit between a bunch of stuff, but I haven't. But the option is there. Oh yeah, thank you. I'm glad I could help. But yeah, check this out. This might be a little hard for, like, I don't know if this is going to be as super exciting as I am, but I got the new light setup. I think I mentioned earlier in the week. I got me some new lights. Previously, I had a bunch of janky photography lights and 2 incredibly harsh LED lights on my desk. I have moved over to I don't know it's the newer CB60, just looking at the thing on the side. But it's like, I got me a C-stand with it, and it's got this nice overhead diffusion. It's a lot more even. I can control the brightness levels through an app. So I'm probably going to start plugging in like my iPad and my little setup rack so I can adjust that. I can adjust the heating and the cold. It's also got special effects lighting, but they're terrible. One of the options is like, hey, would you like to simulate a thunderstorm? And it just flashes your lights a whole bunch. I don't understand who that's for. That might be some like filming thing that I'm not aware of, but I am now with the lights upgraded. Really, the last upgrade to my painting setup would be to getting a better lens. Once I get the better lens, which I might attempt to get next month, depending on how budget looks, I will have my optimal setup, I guess. Oh, the funny thing, no, it does come with a diffuser. I actually do got a diffuser on that bad boy, which has been nice. I got like the little diffuser kit that has like the little cone, and you put like a little wrapper around the cone and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I used Foundry for the last Lancer. Honestly, probably most of the prep of that session. There's like a couple of like funny things that I think about where it's like I want to do a little better next time. A lot of last session that I did Lancer was based on trying to learn how to use Foundry, which was good, but that was a lot of my brain space. Yeah, because like there was a couple of times, so I didn't think my lighting was that bad, but there was a couple of models. I think the last one I did was the Biologist Purifier, where with the light setup I had, I was painting it, and I was like, this looks pretty good. And then I turned off the lights, and I realized it's like, oh no, there's just like a lot of the model that just like, I don't think it's ruined. I don't think it's ruined, but all the progress that I thought I did in a lot of the armor panels and stuff like that were just not there. They just absolutely were not ready, and I would like to revisit that model now that I can see it a bit more properly. Oh yeah, you could do a lot of like cotton and like kind of lamps and stuff like that. I might still want to maybe one day invest in a side light so I could eliminate the shadows, but they're not even that bad, so I'm not super worried. Oh yeah, Lancer V11 has been great. If anyone ever wants to run Lancer, I would strongly recommend Foundry, especially now. A lot of those plugins you recommended were really good. Moss, I will be probably implementing more of them come the next game, whenever the fuck that's gonna be. So yeah, let me take a sip. This is still gonna be a mostly yapping Zatsudan stream, but oh yeah, no, it'd probably be a good idea not to totally fry my eyes. Gel-like as they may be, but you know. So there we go. See this, I believe everything we do be yapping. I mean, legitimately a lot of my streams are yap streams. Arguably the one that is not as yappy is the Disco Elysium, which I like that game, but a lot of Disco Elysium streams are just like me doing stuff and just listening because how that game is very cool. So the goals for this, I'm just gonna, a lot of times like I'll write stuff I want to do. A lot of this might seem pretty basic, and you're not entirely wrong. A lot of the things to do as a GM are just kind of thinking things through. And what's an anthropologist? Oh yeah, this is I use this music. I don't really have a proper BGM. I've had a BGM in the past called Paint Drinker that I commissioned. Oh yeah, I use this all the time. The big thing that I use it for these like little like kind of like tabletop yap streams. I also use it on the YouTube side almost exclusively. Because I make it so that when I'm doing the painting stream, if you hear game audio is fine. If you hear like music, if you're on Twitch live, you will hear the actual music itself. If you are looking through VODs and stuff like that, you should be hearing this instead. Just that way Twitch will not bonk me. Not that I'm like listening to like, I don't know, like top 10 radio or some shit, but I don't want to get my shit slapped by like, you know, Twitch and YouTube and whatnot. So this method seems to be a work, you know. Yeah, I mean, understandable. I like having YouTube as an option as well. So, Matthew, how you doing? Welcome. How you doing? I like them both as an option, and I do get a lot of people coming in from the YouTube side of things because that's where Warhammer people like to hang out. That's kind of the space. Me being in also, why is the YouTube logo floating down? Me being a funky like Twitch streamer guy is not rare by any means, but like a lot of the people that do the things I like to do also are YouTuber people, stuff like that. Howdy there, how you doing there, man? How you doing? We're doing Lancer prep stuff. We're doing Lancer prep stuff. So the basic couple of goals are going to be this. Rewrite the Lancer setting. The main reason for this that I personally have found is that this, and then I like Lancer. I'm going to be shit talking the setting a bit. If you like the setting, that's totally fine. And I don't think it's a bad setting, but it doesn't work well for me. And I've had some problems onboarding new players because of the setting. Current issues I have with the setting, and I think identifying these issues will let me kind of do some rewritey stuff. It is dense. It is not very mech-like. So the way I want to clarify that is if you read through the Lancer setting, I think the Lancer setting would be a very cool game to play if you were like a agent. Like, if this wasn't a mech game, if the game was pitched that this is a sort of like post-governmental collapse cyberpunk investigation game where you are a Union agent sent to these different planets and are trying to do, like, kind of like Star Trek, honestly. A lot of Lancer feels like it wants to be Star Trek, but kind of made for, like, kind of like a more modernish era. Something like that. How you doing, Mountain Bands? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, the post scarcity thing's kind of weird, but like, so effectively, I think the way they really want you to play, and they don't really outright say it, is that they want you to be. I think the idea is that you would kind of be like you're on the Enterprise. You roll into a new place, you kind of go and see what's up with the locals. You try to find a very diplomatic, peaceful solution, and you kind of realize that, like, oh, we have come very far as humanity, and things have changed. The problem is that is also strapped to a system where you have gigantic railguns that you can fire by having your mech like launch supplemental feet, so that way the railgun shot does not blow you into Kingdom Come. It's a weird bit. Yeah, and like the way they say this is that, like, you got the Union, which is in the center. Yeah, the Union's in the center, and it's like everything is relatively nice there. You got 3D printers. You're not really wanting for much. Once you get to the rim, that's where things kind of get weird. And, like, you kind of are reconnecting with places that have fallen, and you got pirates and stuff like that. But it's really wishy-washy on a lot of things. Like, they want to be a post-money setting, but they begrudgingly made mana, which is sort of like a digital, like, universal currency. And there's pirates, and then there's megacorps, but also not. It's in a way that, I don't know, it between that and, like, the fact that your mech is disposable also feels kind of weird. So, like, there's not a lot of just, like, because it's like Union and then, like, smaller warring factions, you don't really kind of do the big mech, like, big nations fighting each other. Aliens don't really exist. They're not really sapient aliens. Or if they're sapient aliens, they're not really in big enough numbers to be fighting you. So you're not fighting like a Zentradi kind of dealio or like angels and stuff like that. There's not like an easy. And I think they kind of sell that as a feature where they're like, this is a human-only setting and you got real human concerns. Which, once again, I understand. It's not the worst idea, but I don't think it plays nicely once again with the kind of game you have built. Yeah, it legitimately almost feels like you could play Eclipse Phase. Eclipse Phase is a very similar sort of game. Earth has been fucked. You now live up in space. There's a lot of, like, what is humanity and body swapping and, like, human rights violations and stuff like that, and little bits of post-scarcity things. It feels like Lancer kind of wants to be like that, but then it's still strapped to a mech game, which I have issues with. Like, not moral issues, I just have issues running it as a game. Yeah, no, that's Mountain Bandits. Unironically, that's what we're doing today. Is I want to kind of rework. I want to be able to also give the players a packet. I find that it's really hard. How you doing, Rattling? How you doing? I want to be able to give the players a packet and be like, this is a very short setting intro. This is, like, these are the main players. These are the main factions, stuff like that. How you doing, Just Some Twilight? The human wrongs. I mean, yeah, no. Once you got some of the weapons you got in Lancer, I think it's like that. Also, another thing that I kind of find interesting is, whenever I have mentioned my idea of rewriting the setting, people have been pretty jazzed about the idea. Usually I get like, they like the idea of Mech Warrior / Battletech. Usually I say Mech Warrior 4 or 5 seems to be what people, whenever I've mentioned this to a couple of people that enjoy mech stuff, and they kind of like, oh, something like that. And I actually think that there's something worth digging into this. So, like, I'm a very shallow Battletech enjoyer. I like the idea. I've played some of the games. I own a couple of battle mechs, so I've not painted them to any real degree. But I think that there are some strengths to the BattleTech map. Like I'm gonna grab. Let's see. I'm just gonna look for like the BattleTech like space map as an idea of like why I think the BattleTech setting works for this, even though it does go super duper deep. I think if you're playing RimWorld, you're gonna do human rights violations. I love RimWorld, but yeah, no, that is a feature and not a bug. Changed my mind. Also, how you doing, Sola? How you doing? I don't know. I like my mechs to be stronger than infantry, but I also don't mind stuff like the elementals, where it's just like if you're in a bunch enough power armor, you can kind of move away from that. What's up with my computer? Access my downloads full. Happening. What task is there? Just like some eating my memory up. Let me double check. I would not be surprised if there's just like one. No, my stuff is low. Okay, I believe this is it. There we go. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think BattleTech's lore is very deep. I do understand that. However, I feel like the outer layer is really, really, really easy to show someone. Like, I do be lancing. I don't like that you would use Uo, but I do be lancing. How you doing, Chieftain? Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, this is actually, I think, a really good template for something like this. So, don't mind him being OP. I mean, that's also fair, though, because then you do get, like, the Evangelion situations, and then you're like, why are the humans even there? Like, they're usually, I mean, usually what they're meant for is to be like, oh, the mechs are really cool. You can tell because the soldiers are shit. Fresh meat. Oh yeah, I think when I did RimWorld, I created by kind of living and learning. I created a winding maze of traps, and if anyone tried to raid my base, they would just hit those. The only issue was that whenever like the alien guys would drop pod in, or like burrow from the ground, those when I dug into the caves, that was kind of a problem. But I think the strengths of BattleTech is just like it's like clear factions with easy to understand hooks. So like when I say so like I'm just like I might be getting some of this info wrong. It's been a while, but like here's an idea. Draconis Combine. What are they about? They're kind of like super imperial Japan. They are really imperialistic. They are very regimented society. A lot about honor. They do like to do a bunch of sneaky backhanded shit every now and then, but they're really really good in the fight. Like you could give that to a player. You could give that to a player. I think it's much harder for Lancer to do something similar, which is so I'm thinking when I'm doing this like West March's rework, I think that would be good. And I also really need to kind of bring the idea of like stuff the players can grasp. It's like Lancer is a very high concept setting. Where like if you read it and like kind of like going back to idea, it's fun to read. Like you can read it and they got some good ideas in there. But it's very, very hard. Yeah, exactly. Like and it's so weird because a lot of the game is focused on the Union. So like I'm pretty sure that like what we're going to be doing is we're going to be removing the Union. We can be removing the Union. Let's see. So, see, Sola, I don't know if I would say Heavy Object is bad. Heavy Object for me was very much like one of those like very, very, very fun, like 6 out of 10 anime. How you doing, Dasher? Welcome, 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 and thank you for the 17 months. Let's fucking go. Oh no, I covered your shit. There we go. Hey, there we go. Nice. I am currently doing some prepping, and at this point it's just kind of bitching, but the bitching will lead into prep. The bitching will lead into prep. So, I think the big thing we're going to do is that, let's see, I think what I want to do, I think it's like, I think you could probably make the OG Lancer setting into a setting that that you could probably do what you're saying, Jaquel. I guess I don't doubt that. I think for me also too, I hate working with pre-established settings so much. I really like doing my own thing. So some of this might literally just be change for the sake of change, but it's something like that. That's all you doing. What do you mean the truck boy? What do you mean the truck boy? Nande, please explain what you mean by the truck boy. I'll work on it Tuesday. Aren't I the healer? What? What? Helmet, I'm so confused. I have no idea what you're talking about. How you doing, though? Welcome. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised there's a truck mech. Yeah, see, I do like parts of the setting. I do like parts of the setting too. But I think I'm gonna just go. We're gonna go stuff like that. I have a Merc group and some Blackfire play. The thing is, like, so this is also my problem. Like, all of you have given good advice, but the advice keeps boiling down to set the Lancer setting as far away from the Lancer setting as possible. Like, can you imagine any other game? Like, let's say I wanted to play 40k and they're like, how do you like, I want to play the 40k RPGs. I want to play Dark Heresy. But what you gotta do is avoid all the Imperium and set it in a backwater planet somewhere. And it's bananas that it works like that. It's bananas that it works like that, and if that is how the game is built, if the game is built like that, you should not include as much of the other things. If the lore in the book, a lot of lore is like being in the Union's pretty rad. Also, all the games are going to take place on the edges of the Union. Fuck that. Fuck that. See, I want a setting where the players don't avoid it. So I think that's the big deal. Oh, if we're talking about Megas XR is cool. Megas is rad. I don't think anyone would doubt that Megas is a rad thing. So there we go. That's what they want to play. I mean, true. It's the problem is a lot of the other mecha RPGs aren't particularly spicy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the 40k was a bad one. I don't know. I think it's also like the idea of a DVD and image. Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it. Let's say, so the big thing, that's the kind of goals. But the thing is, I want. All right, so the plans and the schemes. Here are my plans and schemes. Here's let's see. Let's do scratch notes. There we go. I think I'm just gonna make a new one. Factions. Let's just go back to the goals, or maybe my plan. The plan. There we go. We'll do that. We need to be tested. What the fuck does that mean? Let's see. What's that? Our old. Yeah, there's like which one's kind of thing? There's Mechaton Zeta. There's a couple of like big eyes, small mouth variants, but like nobody. I don't know if I would really say big eyes, small mouth is a good system to ever run. Also, how you doing, Bort? How you doing? Welcome. Thank you for the 7 months. I'm bitching about Lancer. Let's see what Chieftain sent me. Okay. I think Notepad Anon's like winning me a little over. I've heard he's done some really dumb stuff. For a potential Necronica rework, but I do like this image. Hold on, let me put this on screen. Let me put this on screen real quick. There we go. No, but I am gonna take it out. I'm doing my own thing. I think BattleTech is a cool setting too, and like you could run BattleTech as an RPG, but it's very much its own thing. I don't know. It's. You have trains. You could probably do trains. All right, so here's what we're doing. Here's what we're fucking doing. All right, here's the plan. There we go, the plan. Okay, delete the Union. All right, Union gone. That's it. We're removing the Union. I think my also problem too is like it's odd. I don't hate the idea of the Union, but I feel like having just like, and I know the usual, like there's like corruption and stuff in the Union, but I think it'd just be better to remove it. So that way, instead of having like one kind of like, I do think I'm going to keep the companies. Because I actually do think Oh yeah, no. The plan was eventually I was thinking about pirates. This is gonna be a little scattershot. Also too, like we are effectively doing a collaborative effort, so I am willing to take some ideas from you nerds. When I say some, what I mean is, like, if you guys say something dumb, I'm not obligated to put it in. But I do agree with the idea that having more fleshed out pirates. My idea with the pirates, I'm thinking, like, maybe 1 or 2 pirate nations, or, like, a big fleet kind of dealio, and then, like, small, scattered, like, pirate groups. I think this gives me some options to work with for, like, kind of like, let's see, these would be like potentially like minor antagonists or groups for PCs to join. There we go. Yeah, I actually think the baronies were kind of cool, but the fact that the baronies were fucking, what's it called? The baronies were kind of locked behind a separate source book. Oh, what was that, Moss? Hatsune Miku confirmed canon. Hatsune Miku is canon, just letting you know. She's real. She's real. Well, the thing... Some of the knight variants. I'm sure somebody has statted every single knight from the Horus Heresy and 40k proper in Lancer. I don't think it'd even be that hard. I think a lot of the YouTube viewers kind of pop in and out. So do not worry. Do not worry. Let's see. Does not have a physical edition. Let's see. I actually do. This is actually something I might actually want to bring up too for aliens. So there's a couple of stuff. Let's see. I do think I want to keep Horus. I think I personally want to get rid of the Union. So the thing is, I'm kind of the belief that, like, we're giving excuses to keep the Union around. Everybody is not giving suggestions on why we should keep the Union. It's just suggestions on how we could make the Union tolerable enough to keep. Like, is sort of my thing. Like, I want to be jazzed for the factions. Once again, we're going to use the BattleTech example. We have 5 very distinct factions, and I'm not counting periphery states, and, like, you know, you got, like, I forget what's called the faction that's between the Commonwealth and the Combine, that's there sometimes depending on, like, the stuff like that. Like, the one that's, like, I think it's, like, Finnish based or something like that. They kind of get fucked up with, like, the clan invasion stuff too. But something like that. Effectively, I think by giving... Well, the thing is, though, like, Megacorps in Cyberpunk things, if we want to go by Cyberpunk stuff, Megacorps already faction between, like, operate between different nations. I mean, that is a good point. I mean, the thing is, though, like, Hellman, we could... If we're deleting the Union, we don't have to have GMS owned by the Union anymore. Like, I see Chieftain's point where, like, we have to figure out how, like, global communications are going. So let's see. And I think, yeah, that's actually kind of my thought, Troglodyte as well. Maybe somewhere along, let's say, let's just do, I'm gonna do, like for now, we'll do up at the top. Maybe a separate thing. Factions. There we go. Let's assume like I think 5 to 7 factions is a solid number. There we go. Well, for drug trade stuff, I think we'll figure that out once we flesh out the factions. If we're gonna have a dedicated, like, pirate group, you know. Let's see, there we go. So I'm sure there will be somebody that is managing the drugs. Also, I'm gonna put this, like, over here in the corner, because once again, I think this is a good idea of a template of what to do, kind of called dibs. What do you mean called dibs? I do also, this is also part of the thing too, is, so I still do want to keep like NHPs and stuff like that. And like like, especially because I think that gives me an an out for having a bunch of you nerds collectively playing either one body or a group of people. I mean, yeah, all those will still be in there. I think the big thing is I don't know. I'm a little iffy about just making the megacorps into full nations. I could. That was a thought. That was actually a thought that I was thinking about. Because I do actually think that there are a lot of good lore. Like, I find that there's a lot more like, what's it called? A lot of the megacorps got more things going on for them in terms of personality wise, based on my readings. I still think it would be better to keep them as megacorps, but have them kind of operating within this group of like 5 to 7 other faction nations, stuff like that. An in-between body. I mean, we could. I mean, we don't. The thing is, like, we don't have. My thought. Okay, here we go. There we go. There we go. Let me think. Let me think about this. So, if the union's purpose is just to facilitate trade, we could already just kind of like trade and communications. We could already just kind of handle that with just like loose treaties. You know, like we could do just kind of like loose treaties. Or like, we don't even, that might even be a benefit. Like here is the thing. If you're deep in enemy territory and you don't have a good access on stuff like that, you don't have like a good access, like you don't have a good way to communicate with an enemy territory. I think that does open up some other RP stuff a lot more. Well, yeah, I was thinking like, I think when it comes to, let me put this thing for the corpse. God, we are bouncing. Okay, this legitimately is also kind of how I GM. I do kind of, I scattershot ideas and then I kind of refine them, stuff like that. Let's see, corpse. Let's say, well, corpse, keep them. I'm gonna say maybe something more along the lines of like, maybe like certain corpse have stronger ties to certain faction. Stronger, there we go. Because I think if we do that, this would flavor the factions a bit more. So like, so let's say we had in theory like let's just, I'm gonna say like right now, I'm just gonna say here's faction A. Let's say faction A, like so let's say corp bias, Harrison Armory. So if I do something like that, this is not set in stone. But the idea, if we do it like that, that means like, okay, if you're gonna be in that territory, you're likely gonna fight a lot of these kind of mechs and stuff like that. So, something like that. Telepathic slug people. We'll need to figure out what to do with aliens. We'll come back to aliens in a bit. Miku is running Horus, yes, absolutely. Well, the thing is, anthropologist though, is that this is fun. I like building the setting from the ground up. It's one of those things where it's like I could buy something off the shelf or I could make something myself, and I like to make my own things. So for me, a part of the fun is doing this my own way. I know we could do the thing that everybody does, where you go out into the rim and bumfuck nowhere where there's some pirate wars going on, and maybe Horus has found like some ancient relic somewhere and they want you to get it for them. But you know. That's how you doing, Nitrous? Welcome. How you doing? That's kind of my thought too. It's like, once again, I feel like to get the setting of Lancer to work in the way I want it to work, it would be, oh yeah, Chieftain, how about this? Counterpoint. Oh damn! Hopefully you can get some like ointment on that, because that sounds painful. But yeah, I mean when it comes to, so I do think we're kind of going to do that like corporate shadow war in the middle of a bigger multi-faction war or something like this. And I think the reason I want to do it like this, hey, so nice, gotcha. I figure like this way there could be like okay, let's go. Let's bounce this back a little bit. Hold on. I think it was talking about anthropologists of like, what are the PCs doing? So I'm kind of wanting to do this as like a continuous, you know, those kind of like big. Okay, let me see a bit. I want to run this like a big 4X. I like the idea of you guys and then also the players for this theoretical West Marches, that they would make sides and take missions within the companies and within the factions, that as those missions are underway would kind of change the ebb and flow of how the nations would kind of move around on the map, like annexing territory from one to another, or let's say you take a secret undercover mission to sabotage a company's presence within one of the nations, which might affect some like mech choices or like restocking or something like that. For backstories, that's a good question. About Raw. I'll have to think about what to do for Raw, because I do want to keep the NHPs. So for people who are not super Lancer knowledgeable, NHPs are non-human personalities. They're kind of like sapient AI with bullshit. When I say with bullshit, like I mean that like in a fun way. The book is really like, you call them AI, how antiquated, how whatever. We recognize that they are not just artificial intelligence, but it's its own thing, you know. They're space magic and space magic AI in a box. I don't mind them being a little like focus on that, but that's what you doing, Crichton. And hello, Charlieful. Welcome. How you doing? Kind of like Catan stuff, yeah. I'll come back to what to do with Raw later, kind of like the big one. I also think as well. Hello, Nintendo player. How you doing? Welcome. I am currently planning some Lancer stuff. So my thought is, that would make a lot of sense. So my thought with Raw and stuff like that, I don't think we need to nail that down right now. A lot of the information about like that kind of thing is, once again, neat background lore, not super pertinent to like the actual setting. And you could say that maybe having something like that in like knowing about that might inform how the rest of the setting will kind of develop. But it's also like, do you guys ever see like, what's it called? Yeah, exactly. So exactly what Dasher was saying. So do you guys ever see like read a tabletop RPG book and you're looking at the setting and you see a long like imagine a timeline that goes back like thousands of years, and you look at that and you're like, huh, that's a lot of stuff. And then by the time you get to the actual setting, you find out that like, while it is relevant to the present day, it's not that much. Or like in a way that like, it was mostly just kind of iterative stuff like that. I'm okay with maybe keeping Raw around as like a very background thing. The idea of unshackled NHPs, I think, is a cool idea. Call them Elder. I mean, yeah, literally. I mean, a lot of it's like that. I would kind of say that like, if we're going to just go to 40k terms, which we might a couple of times, the Dark Age of technology influences a lot of the setting in a very loose way. Now, do we need to know everything about the Dark Age of technology to make the current setting work? No, not really. It's cool to have as in a way to be like, oh, this gun is from the Dark Age of technology. It'll when you fire this gun, it will kill you and fuck your dad simultaneously. You're like, oh damn, that's a dangerous gun. Like, that's a cool idea to have in your pocket, but I don't think we're gonna need to have that fleshed out. See, I'm gonna say keep the unshackled, unshackled bits. Let's see if you are. I can also just do the idea that the viewers, all of you collectively, are one unshackled NHP. If you're all collectively one unshackled NHP, I think that would work as kind of like why you're like off the fucking chain. Resurrect. Exactly. the dad burmer. That's how you doing, Minnie Doll? How you doing? I do like Lancer too. I like the ideas of Lancer, but I'm reworking the setting to match kind of more what I'm thinking about. Turns you into, we call this the fry gun. What's how you doing, Nitro? Welcome. How you doing? I mean, let's see. Yeah, political time. Hell, that's effectively what I'm thinking about doing for the Megacorps. Like, that's kind of what they are already in the book, and I actually think their role for that is fine. Like, I have no really reason to change that. There we go. Let me do a quick stretch. It's real unshackling you like best. I would need to re-look up the exact details on unshackling. Once again, that's like that stuff I want to keep, but I need to kind of dig back into that. Only do a handful. I mean, you could kind of do that. I'm trying to think of like if I did like smaller companies that still produce stuff. I mean, that would make sense for like getting like a one-off gun or something like that. Which would work, but I don't think it's going to be super relevant for what I'm doing this moment. I mean, the idea of just saying that there's smaller corps is fine. Like, I think that gets the purpose across, and if I want to make those later, I think that would work. Or maybe even have like a smaller corp that the players could influence, and that would eventually produce more mechs and stuff like that if they run missions for it. I think something like that would work. Oh yeah, and Shackling just makes them. Oh yeah, that just makes them more alien-like and kind of like unhinged and like removes the limiters. Yeah, okay, that would make sense that you guys are fucking. I think that would make sense that a lot of you guys would be potentially an unshackling HP. With tape and clip. I mean, I've had computers like that. God, I used to have a laptop that I have to cool. I used to like when I would run my laptop, I would take a Dixie cup filled with ice, and I would put it on top of there. Some of the character options behind story progress. I mean, I don't see why not. So the way to, I mean, you kind of already do that anyway, though. Like, there's a lot of rewards in the game that, like, you would, like, help out somebody in some of even, like, the pre-made missions. And they give you access to, like, a rare gun or something like that. Like rare parts. Like, I think I read a little bit of, the Wallflower mission, just as a little refresher, and kind of, like, how to structure a Lancer session. And they did have stuff like that already. I don't think that would be the worst idea to like kind of continue that legacy. I think that was a reasonable idea. I don't think that's too bad. I think that is workable. Did I have that little more? So I think we could do that. So I mean, Unshackle and Unhinged isn't that. But yeah, I mean that's kind of like what you get for leveling up too, and also like other things. You want to talk I mean, we are talking Lancer today. I also am aware to a certain degree that a lot of you are more knowledgeable about Lancer than I am, so that's fine. So this, where's it gonna follow this second bit? So yeah, I mean, if we're talking Lancer, do not feel too bad. I am definitely beating Lancer into a shape that I enjoy with hammers, but it'll still work. Go Lancer, Gashi. What? I feel. Oh, you're fucking doing like Fate, aren't you? God damn it. Oh yeah, no, I know that like an unshackled HP goes like super, like not crazy, but they are just like too strong. That's not even strong, like incomprehensibly smart and kind of like unhinged, something like that. Okay, so it's gonna go a difference. I mean, a lot. I understand the level of like how big brain and unshackle can go. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, that's kind of one of those things that I think people would talk about. Like if you would say what's the most winning species on Earth, I think pretty much you could also say ants instead of humans, just because like by pure body mass, I think ants way more than humans, and also are just kind of everywhere, and they're kind of doing pretty good. Yeah. So yeah, shackling brings them down to like human levels of like comprehension and knowledge and stuff like that. Yeah. We're there. We're good with the shackling bits. Right, so I think the big thing. So we're gonna delete the union, keep the company's corpse. There we go. I could just move that there. Keep them there. let's see. Hatsune Miku is extra canon. I guess we can go back to aliens. We could go back to aliens. So my thought with aliens is that we maybe like 1 to 2 sapient. I'm kind of leaning. But Helmut, this is what I'm saying. I think you're getting too focused on specific gear things. We are still very much at the broad strokes. Like, we are building the framework at the moment. We are getting way too far off of that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking more we're gonna build stuff like that. I mean, we like that could happen later. I'm saying right now we can just kind of tuck that away and we'll kind of go back to setting the foundational work that will get to that point. You can unshackle AI, maybe. Miku is far above our comprehension. So, let's see. The thing is, I'm debating how much alien influence I want to bring into this. I think having no aliens, I understand the author's choice of having no to very few sapient aliens for the original answer. I don't think that was entirely a bad idea. But I think it'd be fun to maybe have. I know. Aren't they included in like one of the source books? I think I tried to do like a Control F for aliens in the core book. And I mostly found not a lot. Like, I think there was like a paragraph that mentioned that like, yo, the humans do bad thing and there's a conscious choice. I do like giant moths. I think there's like a bunch of I know very little about Destiny. But I understand that at one point they showed concept art of sapient moths and we're like, this is a thing that might be in the game. And I don't think they ever did. I don't think they ever included those in the actual game. Like, what if I can find? I wonder if I can find Destiny moth concept art. Let's see. I think I also gotta like respin the audio. No, I don't want to study with Miku Part 2. Oh yeah, there we go. I don't know if we're necessarily going to pick up where it's okay, where Destiny fell off, but like, it's a really cool like alien moth concept art. These do fuck really hard. These do fuck really hard. And there is a lot of precedent in mech games for like a singular alien faction. What if Nitrous Place. There we go. Yeah, I understand that like Destiny had a plan and then they just kind of microtransactions and stuff just kind of just never ending content grind kind of destroyed anything that they would have. So what if we did like one sapient moth with mechs? Say one faction sapient moths with mechs just as an alien faction. Like we could have like one designated alien faction and then let's see. Oh, you can make a suggestion. There we go. Let's see, maybe one and then a couple of others are, let me see. A precursor race. We could do a precursor race. I don't know if there's like the base. We can write that down. I think if we do a precursor race, they need to all be dead. They need to all be dead. They need to be dead. Silicon Weirdo. Let me see. Don't need it. I don't know. So, let me see. I guess let's see. There we go. We got options. I don't think I want us to go full Star Trek Mass Effect. I do still think having humans being the star of the show would be a nice idea. My idea, like, okay, we're gonna skip ahead to factions. I'm thinking something like this. Alien Moth faction. Let's say we do something like this. What's up, Elite Man? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Exactly. I'm thinking maybe like recently discovered, has their own weird mechs. Not PC. Like can't be player characters, or maybe probably shouldn't. I guess it's one of those things that if I say, hey, there's alien moths, and if somebody's like, fuck yeah, I want to be an alien moth, I don't think I would stop them. Yeah, they have the hottest of takes on YouTube. Something like that. Player characters. I think it's something like this would potentially work. But I think they would still recruit humans. Mothman hybrid things. You could do that. I mean, they're already kind of vaguely humanoid. The Tau. We could potentially make them kind of like Tau-ish. What if we take the idea of Tau-ish stuff? I don't know. The thing I like the idea of Tau where they were like a coalition of aliens, but I also don't think I want to have that many in here. Let's see, maybe like humans adopted into their society. Something like this, maybe something like that would work. So there we go. Oh, you're saying that like the humans that work for them get like moth gene spliced. Oh shit, that could be cool actually. Okay, so we could be like, let's say like 100% moths up top, and then they're like lancers and diplomats are spliced humans, and then just like normal humans kind of like mixed in. We could do something like that. Now you can see I like that about Tau a lot. I admit it saddens me that Tau are now big robot guns. I do like the crew, and they're doing a little bit. Let's see, funny if the alien moths were the only aliens, but lots of species in the galaxy because humans so many words. I can see that. Wait, so let's see. Add multiple subspecies. Like just a different. We could add subspecies of moth. Okay. I think we're doing the thing again. We're going in too deep. We're going in too deep. I think this is a good place to be for a faction. So we got a faction done. I mean, tangenting is going to happen. No, the thing is though, like, if this, I would say that as a GM, this is a trap, so you have to worry about. And so here's the thing. World building is cool to do, and I do like world building. That's why we're doing this. But to a certain degree, I do think you need to world build for a specific point. So what Nitrous is kind of saying, like, we gotta get the other factions done, and like if we want to go back and like detail up the moths even harder, or yeah, we could even, exactly like anthropologists say, we could even leave some areas for the players to flesh out. I think this is enough that like if I wrote a let's say we want to give each faction like roughly a sentence long pitch. Let's say the pitch for these guys would be like alien moths who have adopted humans into their society and are isolationists. Hellman, you are way too focused on the drugs, but calm down, buddy. Yeah, exactly, Troglodyte. It can, because like it can cripple you, or like you will have buckets and buckets of stuff to worry about, but it will never come up in the gameplay. All right, Hellman, think about this. We are doing a space game right now for Lancer to build giant factions that'll be warring against each other. Space drugs would be such a minor component of that. That would be the most minor component. That will not need to come up probably unless we're getting like really, really specific. So, okay, so we got a faction. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I know, Hellman. I'm just saying. Once again, we are getting too deep in the weeds and we have to finish something. We cannot have. I mean, if we want to go into that, we could begin to flesh out a pirate faction. We could actually. How you doing, Halbrook? How you doing? Welcome. We are getting deep in the weeds. So we're doing. I'm building some like, what's it called? We are building a revamp of what I want to do for a Lancer West Marches sort of game. So here we go. All right. So let's say there we go. Frail pacifist energy beings. I do need to play FTL one of these days. I really do. Let's say okay. So we said basically we would like to have like a pirate faction. Just say at least one pirate faction. I don't have a set size. I think even just going to the maybe battle. Let's see. I think that's actually something that might be good to kind of like roughly kind of hammer out. My idea for the size of the setting. So West Marches is a type of game where Elite Man, it's been used for like dungeon crawls and stuff like that, or hex crawls. The idea is that you have a world. It's like you got a big old map. It's divided into little hexes, and you have a large pool of players. Let's say usually you have like, I don't know. I'm trying to think about this. It was a style of play that was made in response to having also Octolarius. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. Welcome. How you doing? I'm explaining West Marches, and we're planning doing some West Marches prep for a Lancer style thing. So the idea is that, like, as a person that lives in a modern era, getting 4 adults to have a set schedule where everybody can meet up in one day is a little tricky. You might have a friend group that's bigger than 4. Sometimes you don't like. So you might have a friend that likes to play, but he can only play maybe once a month, while everyone else is a lot more active. So the idea with a West March is that you're like, hey, I have a pool of like, let's say 10 players. I'm the GM. Next Saturday, I am going to be running a game. Be there or be square. You show up, we run the adventure. You're probably exploring part of the map, finding treasure, leveling up, and whatnot. And then next week, you do something similar. And it's just kind of like a very flexible roster of players and stuff like that. Let's see. Yeah, I've honestly always wanted to do a West Marches as well. It's been on my GM bucket list for fucking forever. Luckily, I mean, I think what we're doing too is I actually think weirdly enough, the rules of Lancer aren't too bad. I find that you can automate a lot of the rules quite a bit. The problem is that, what's it called? I think the problem is that the setting is kind of dense and kind of hard for people to get into, which is why I'm kind of writing a newer one that I want to run for this, that I think would be easier to just be like, hey, here's the setting, give it to them in a little packet form that is like 5 to 10 pages, like something really, really like a quick read, you know? Yeah, it's like exactly Elite Man. I think like generally that's kind of the idea. Like Adventuring Guild, exactly. So especially too, because I guess I don't have the most experience with mech-based video games, but I did play Armored Core 1, and so like Armored Core 1 was neat. Even though you basically had to do most of the missions, you would like the idea of like you have a mech, you're a pilot, you have a pile of money, which in Lancer case would be more like you have your license level. You would look through a mission. A couple of missions, be like, ooh, this one seems good. You would run the mission. Maybe your standing within a faction would change. And then you go ahead and also get some more license levels, so you unlock more parts. I feel like something like that would work very, very well. I don't have to deal with like everybody having individual money. I can do a lot of cool stuff with the world. I was also thinking about maybe adding in ways for like viewers to influence the resources of the various factions via channel points. I need to figure out how that would work though, because if you're all also working as a collective pilot, I feel like it would make sense you would just dump all your channel points into boosting the one nation you decide to work for a lot. So I don't know. I will have to figure out how I want to handle that, but that's kind of why I think a Lancer kind of West Marches thing would work for this. And the player base is probably going to be mostly VTubers, but I also do want to have a player, like, viewer focused session a couple times. Like, it's easier to schedule that. Yeah, so that's actually a good question, Elite Man, about currency. So I like, so there we go. I tangent off the size of the setting. There we go. Currency. I like how Lancer kind of waves away exact dollar numbers, but I also don't like how currency is just kind of there unless you're in Union space, and then it doesn't matter. I'm gonna say maybe like keep mana as currency. Still kind of loose with it. I imagine a lot of it will be more like faction standing. That could also be true. I could also have viewers do bounties. That also might. Oh, that's actually a good idea. Hold on. This is something that might be fun to elaborate on. So like channel points. I need to find some way to transfer that to YouTube too, so YouTube bros aren't screwed out. The idea that you all like could collectively use channel points for bounties would also be really, really neat. That could be neat. I'll have to think about that. I think that would be a very good idea. So I think it's going to be like the big thing would be like license levels will be important for every time you do a mission. You'll get some license levels. The tricky thing is I'm actually wondering like if they're like without one player getting way too strong, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do Lance. Like, would I ever want to offer the option to remove someone's license levels? Like, maybe down, like, 1 or 2. Or maybe slow down how those get obtained. I'll probably have to tweak that later, once again. That's probably getting a little bit too deep into the weeds, but I think that's a good idea, though. Viewers as quest givers sounds like a very good potential option. Something like that would potentially be neat. All right, and then the size of the setting. Let's get back to this. So this is another thing that as a GM, I don't like having set numbers. Like, I don't think I will ever do like the galaxy is this big or it's going to take this long to travel between the sides. I think it's more like what the meaning of land and space matters. So I'm gonna say something like this. So the size of the setting needs to be big enough for variety. Small enough that taking territory is important. So the idea that like if a faction lost a couple of planets, so let's say a couple of planets equals big deal. There we go. Yeah, they have so like Lancer's got like blink gates and then just like regular ship travel and some other stuff. Which I don't know. I don't think the setting is going to be big enough to need blink gates. Yeah. Exactly, every planet counts. Especially if I want to do a thing where, like, there is a protracted war for a planet. I guess in theory they're not too bad. They're not bad, but I do think that the existence of blink gates makes the real estate that you're going to be traveling a lot bigger. Let's see. Oh, we're back to ad break again. There we go. Go ahead and hydrate the fuck up. Just get a real estate agent. There we go. You got well, some version of money. I was also actually this is also something thinking about. Let's see. How you doing, Elrin? Welcome. How you doing? I'd be doing some Lancer prep for some stuff. I was also thinking, yeah, just the more license level you got, the more wealthy you are, which I think is probably generally in the rules anyway, but I think that'd be like, yeah, you want to be like a nice celebrity rich Lancer pilot. You gotta get that license level up. But yeah, I think having blink gates makes the setting big, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but for what I'm wanting to do, I don't think it's going to be what we're going to want. Some mod to area. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. Speaking about modding, we are modding Lancer. All right, so we're getting. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I do everything by bullet points. I find that it's nice and easy to read, and then eventually, when I want to flesh it out a bit more, like, I say that. Realistically, I think I run sessions and I just never move past the bullet points. I also misspelled mix. Bullet points are life. Bullet points are love. Because also too, when I'm like running the session and I want to quickly gather information, I find that keeping them like this is very, very nice. Now, when I make like a little packet to be like, here you go, players. These are what the factions are like. Something that's a little nicer is going to be good for that. But even then, I'll probably still include some bullet points because that's just like, what's it called? I think there's been like some stuff where it's like a couple of people had. Oh yeah, no, I know. It's like whenever people have tried to make these like virtual reality web stores where like you, once again, you strap on the goggles, you look around the store and you look at stuff to buy. Sometimes like a lot, they'd be like, ooh, check this out, the future. But they're always like kind of clunky and awkward as opposed just to like buying stuff off of a list of items like on Amazon, which is quick and fast and we're used to it by now. That kind of thing. It's just people are built for bullet points. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I imagine the PCs for the most part are going to be mercs. I do also think the idea of eventually, like, let me see if I can find that. If I can play. I don't think we could do this like PCs. PCs maybe start as mercs. I'm also thinking maybe give some, what's it called? Maybe give some benefit to siding with one particular faction. Maybe like access to LSE, access to maybe like specific missions, cool items, etc. Something like that. Might also be fun too to do like kind of like in-universe propaganda posters. Like if a PC did really, really well, get someone a commission to do one. They're fighting for their people and just have like the art. I do know a couple of people that do Lancer art, but it is expensive as shit. It's expected of that. Some mercenary companies board of directors. I mean, that's also true. I guess that's kind of going back and forth of like, do I want to run sessions where the viewers are a mech pilot and do the big shooty, or the idea that you all this would be interesting. How about let's I have pirate as an option. What if I do like let's say chat faction? Or do I even want to do that? The big thing is I would understandably, like drawing robot, like there's a reason like when you get commissions, people are like, yeah, we're gonna have to charge more for that. I think there might be a way to do that, like individual corp license level. I mean, you kind of do that anyway. That's kind of how the core bonuses and stuff work like that. So that's kind of baked in already. Okay, maybe we'll go back to that. All right, let's I think we're doing good planning stuff. I think every time I scroll back past Miku, I'm just gonna make her progressively more canon. See, that's the tricky thing. It's like, do I want viewers to be pilots, or do I want viewers to be like, we're movers and shakers? Like, I could even do a thing where it's like 10,000 channel points, give a like faction resource to a specific faction. I could make it so collectively not everybody wants to be on board for the same faction. Like, because if I'm going to make different factions that like some people will think are cool and others are not, it would make sense you'd want to kind of allocate resources for those, you know? Something like that. Like you give like 10,000 channel points, get like a bounty resource or something like that. Anyway, there'll be some sort of resource, I believe, for that. That's good. That's going to be the kind of thing I'll probably be fine tuning a lot during the early days, as I figure like a good mechanism for that. Probably once I get some like additional Sammy support as well. Also, Castle Crusher, how you doing? Welcome. So the way you do enemies in Lancer is kind of neat in that you just have a couple of archetypes. where it's just like, this is the guy that does a lot of missiles. This is one that is like a scout. This one's a big defensive one. I think there's ways you could like apply templates to make them functionally be like an infantry squad. Yeah, exactly what Chieftain is saying. So I think there's like an organic template you could apply to them. Be like, okay, I'm taking a Rainmaker base, I'm making it organic, and I'm making that a grunt, and that's just like a bunch of dudes with rocket launchers. But like, if you shoot them, they will explode. Something like that, yeah. I mean, channel points for grunts could also work too. I'll figure out the channel point economy, but I do think that I do want to include something like that. I could think of something like that. Yeah, Castle Crusher. That's the kind of thing we're kind of debating. It's like, do we want pilot viewers, or do we want like viewers controlling like factions via giving them resources? We'll think about that later. All right. Speaking of which, let's go back to the factions. We got one faction, and they're like alien moth hybrids. I am using a program called Obsidian. Obsidian's kind of nice because you can run it locally. It's free. And from it's free. I believe it's open source, but they have an option that you can pay money to sync it between devices, which if you already have like a Google Drive or like a Dropbox or something like that, I don't even think you need that. It's pretty nice. There's a lot of add-ons. I need to use it a bit more to get really, really good at like the little, like you can do like fun maps, and you could be like, I'm going to apply a link here that I could link to a separate little thing on the side. So like if I wanted to be like faction, and I click the faction and I have like a full write-up, I could do that as well. I have not done that in a while, so I'm very, very rusty, but I still just like having it ready to go pretty much whenever. It has been incredibly handy for that. Yeah, more grunts. That would be fun during a mission. It's just like all the people are just like more grunts, more grunts, more grunts. I need to figure that out though, because like I could just see like one of you nerds who've been sitting on like 100,000 points of like, today is the day I will make the PCs learn, as you just fucking mash the summon more grunt button. Just so many goddamn grunts. Oh yeah, I would put like a point limit or like a time limit or something like that. Still funny though. Still funny. All right. I also thinking about the moth, or like the kind of like, so there's like, I know for like Cthulhu tech and even like Halo and stuff, like, you kind of know like Planet Side. I'm gonna write this down. I don't think we're gonna fall like the obligatory purple alien faction. That does seem to be a thing color scheme wise, where it's just like there's always like a faction that's kind of got those like the future tech. They're very purple and smooth and whatnot. I think the alien moth faction would probably cover that. Yeah, everybody knows that all tech is stored in the purple. There we go. So we got, okay, so let's go back to the pirate faction. I think that there is going to be smaller pirate fleets. Let's say one big pirate faction. Let's say maybe, I'm just going to throw some ideas down here and we'll see how you all react to that. At least, we're thinking like one alien faction. Yeah, I do think kind of like something like low tech, big numbers, kind of like ramshackle, okay. I think like Orky is not a bad idea. I'm also thinking the idea of like they don't typically settle planets. Maybe just like fleet based, yeah. Raiders, something like that. We'll need to give them some benefit for like why a PC would work for them though, because if we just make them entirely raiders, I think this is where we go like let's see. I'm gonna say like the freest faction. So you can kind of do what you want. Maybe more like, let's see. Let's never find this. Let's say gambling, drugs, parties. The fun faction. There we go. Something like that, you know. This faction guide orphan. Hey, nice. I will take free NPCs for this later. Yeah. That's the. I think I still want to. I I think I still want them to own territory, but they kind of move around a lot. So they're kind of harder to pin down, something like that. We could do that too. We could also make them like vaguely the workman faction as well. Like laborers, asteroid. I might change that though, because I do feel like maybe having one like serious business, just like blue collar faction, something like this. I do like Voxelaris. See, that was my idea, that like maybe that might be another one. I do think we need to keep if we want to keep the pirates piratey, I guess we could say they have a couple of like maybe kind of workman faction, maybe vaguely workman-ish, maybe like permanent planets. Like for the most part, they don't stick to a lot of planets, but they have what's it called? They don't stick to a lot of planets, but they do have a couple that are just kind of run as like very kind of like, we need resource, like they don't want to have these planets, but they kind of got that. Yeah, maybe these like scrapped planets. So something like that, yeah. Could do something like that. I think we should also give them like an associated color scheme as well. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe... What color do we want to associate with the pirates? I think giving every faction a strong color would be a good idea. Yeah, I think like a yellow. Yellow would be good. Well, maybe even like rusty, something like that. I'm debating saving red for something else. Oh, also, I think I've also realized another incentive for players to want to get involved. This is maybe the like illegal experimental weapons, and maybe like if we're doing like if we're including precursors, we could do like precursor tech. Something like that. We could do yellow. Actually, how about yellow and black? So we could rip off the hazard stripes kind of deal. Everyone likes a good hazard stripe. Okay. That's something. And also too, I imagine these are going to get refined even more. Like these are ideas that I could just go to someone and be like, hey, here's this. Here's a nice, easy way to kind of get onboarded for something like this. Oh yeah, you can also do that too, like bootlegs from other factions. That can also work. like the burnt DVD equivalent of a gun. There we go. Okay, I think this is a good pirate base. So we're currently... Maybe I'll stick to 5, and then we can go back and see if there's any gaps we really need. Oh man, hazard stripes with a skull. Fuck, super hard. That sounds like a great idea. That sounds like a great fucking idea. How you doing, Quay? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, just you can get that, and then like you have to like roll to make sure that the gun works. Stripes, skull and bones, you know. There we go. Okay, we could use that as a base. All right, so we have skull and bone with wrenches. Ooh, yeah, that's a good idea. With a W, I can spell. Honestly, you're going to see a lot of tonight is the fact that I fuck up spelling all the time. Thank God that spell check is real. I'm so glad that spell check is real, because otherwise shit would get fucked. All right. Yeah, we did. They are kind of Iron Warriors-y, but honestly, Iron Warriors pirates sound rad. Let's see. All right, so I think the big things we have, if we're going to once again, so like, as much as I like very, like once again, the original Lancer setting is like very neat, but it's very bespoke and hyper specific. I do think hitting certain archetypes that are like easy to follow, like easy for a new player to grasp, is very, very beneficial. It's like, so as somebody who likes fantasy stuff, I like it when they kind of diverge from the typical like elves and dwarves and whatnot, and I say that. So, Hoylepa, I think that's your name. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Habernot, the Mimic Elf. I'm a miniature painting VTuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and today I am currently working to brew my own setting for a Lancer West Marches. I can do Hoy. I can call you Hoy. How you doing? Basically, the idea is that I think Lancer's a neat game. Well, how do I pay rats? Or at least I will this summer. Dear God, once the Skaven Tide fucking hits, everything's Jover for all my other projects. But I'm going with this. I think Lancer's a cool game mechanically, and I think some stuff from the setting is neat. But I found that it is very hard to actually run a game in. And when a lot of the advice of how to run Lancer is that you have to go on the edges. That is a mech game, yes, it is a mech game. Yeah, it's not even the like. What's it called? Oh yeah, no, the Stormcast are in there, but they've been using that like new metal scheme for them, which is fine because I'm gonna replace the heads and just use my custom Stormcast scheme. Because at this point, because I buy starter boxes, I just now have a Stormcast army. I just got a Stormcast army now. Is that James? It's like God. Blue Submarine number 6 had the genetic like animal uplifts. I don't think their mechs are very animal-y. I can't recall though. It's been a while. How you doing, son? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? Yeah, honestly, ever since Dominion 3. Like the Dominion box, aka 3rd edition Stormcast. I like the slimmer build that they got now. I've been doing good. We're doing some kind of prep work stuff for a Lancer setting kind of like rewrite. Something that would be easier to run and get people into the mix. Right now, the big thing I'm trying to do is I'm trying to hammer out some factions. I mean, the mech system is really cool. It is very fun. It's just that the setting doesn't seem to work very well with the mech campaign. All right, so we got 2 factions. I think roughly we're gonna need 3 or 4 left. And now this is the kind of tricky thing where it's like where we want to go for this. I think. Oh, sorry, I was going back on that tangent for fantasy stuff. So like, it's easy to be like. But like Pshaw, this fantasy setting has orcs and dwarves and elves and whatnot. And I understand as an advanced player, it also does like when I make my own stuff, I don't have to have those, and that's cool. But I do also understand if you're a new player and you have no idea a whole lot about the setting you're going to be playing, and this is a lot of information to take in for joining the game. A lot of players I play this for are very, very new. So to tabletop RPGs in general, having something that they could grasp onto is very nice. Like, if you've never played D&D, and I roll up and be like, like let's say you roll up and you're like, I want to play an elf. You have a general idea. You've maybe seen Lord of the Rings, or like played a Dragon Age game, or just like read a fantasy novel, or hell, you've seen a picture of a dwarf, maybe played Magic. There's so many ways that you could kind of absorb the archetypical fantasy elf, even if it's like a slight twist on like, oh, our elves are actually powered by chlorophyll. Isn't that wild? Says the person who has not seen Plant Elf number 375. But something like that, yeah. Oh, heard something. It's always fun when you hear a pop outside and you're like, is that gunfire? I don't know. Oh wait, no, I know what's going on. It is June 29th, which means 4th of July. Yeah, it's 4th. Did you not know? For people who are not from America, you're going to be like, oh, I know of 4th of July. 4th of July is the holiday where you light fireworks. Yes, that is true. In reality, 4th of July is basically a 4-week period of time. 2 weeks before 4th of July and 2 weeks after 4th of July. And people will continue to fire fireworks during that entire bracket. It does not matter if 4th of July is done or has not started yet. There will be fireworks the entire time. Yeah, this is that. I guess that's you let me go into the idea. It's like so we want to go for archetype stuff. So let's. I'm not gonna like rip off. I just want to expand this picture of BattleTech. Oh, come on. Oh, so let me clip off these edges a little bit so I get a better grasp on like the actual noble houses and not the periphery. Oh god, that sounds terrifying. I've been lucky that for the most part, random jackasses firing off fireworks when it doesn't matter is like pretty all right. It's not too bad. It's just like you just hear a loud noise and you're like, oh, that's aggravating. But I can move on with my life. Getting blinded while driving, that would be like, oh sweet Jesus, no. Yeah, God bless America, every one of us. But it's like, do we want to do? I guess also the thing too is I don't want to do like nation stereotype factions. I guess like I do think the Draconis Combines is really fun, and like I know it's like which is like the Lyrian Commonwealth. Like is the Lyrian Commonwealth's the one that's like very German, right? I think the Lyrian Commonwealth's the very German one. You got the big old stompy German mechs. I don't think that's bad. I just think it would be more fun not to do that, if it makes any sense. Especially because like I would rather kind of maybe do it more like ideology based, or like maybe kind of like what they're into more than anything. How we count their corpses factions. I am still running with the idea that right now that the corps are going to be operating within every single nation, where some might have more of a imagine like Smith Shimano probably is not doing a whole lot for the pirates. Like I'm imagining every pirate has like a strongly aligned corp and a weakly aligned corp, which I'll probably flesh those out later because I don't think they're super relevant to what I'm wanting to do right now anyway. Right now, anyway, I don't think I need to do exactly that. But I don't know if I want to kind of do, like, elevate them to full factions, because I still want the factions to be able to do, like... In a theoretical scenario where a player decides to shack up with one of them, I don't want to cut off their choices for what mechs they use. Now, could I make some benefit to them using a mech that's aligned with the faction they might want to align with? Yeah, probably. I think that would be thematic and make sense. Yeah, I think James, like right now, I think I'm keeping the moth stuff, like alien moth stuff, just sticking to the moth faction. Like it's like I guess we could even think about it's like what kind of archetypes do we want to hit? Yeah, I mean the merc companies will just be operating as mercs. I don't think we need to have a dedicated merc faction, especially if we want to do it like just kind of like free floating. That was a thought too. There we go. Look in the Buren race. That sounds familiar. Hold on. Oh, I've seen these around. Oh, I love them. I love these little guys. I totally forgot. I did not realize that was their name. I've seen, like, I guess there's just one guy that does these like really cool art of a bunch of his own aliens. Oh, did that guy work on, that guy work on Subnautica suddenly makes a lot of sense. I've seen some pictures of like one of these like interacting with like human children, and like you get to see all of them like during war. It's really, I love it when somebody makes like a full in-depth civilization of an alien and that kind of like feels right. There's something similar to with like the Quar, which are a guy made a alternate universe game plus slash setting of anteater people. And for the most part, it is incredibly grounded. Like, there's just anteater people, and there's no magic, and they've gone long enough that they're in their universe's version of World War One. And you just see these goofy little anteater dudes just, like, dressed up in proper fatigues going to war, and you're like, damn, son. Yeah, it's that was, like, the newest box they released from that universe. The first time I believe they've ever been in plastic. And how you doing, Daka Flocka Flame? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, I have that pull up for later. I do really like that art. I didn't have a good... for some reason, I just never knew a name attached to that. Yeah, I find the core fascinating, and that like somebody made this project when they were like 6. I think they would call it a different name, but they couldn't because someone else had that name, and they changed it to Core. And they've been working on it as like basically forever. And they got a plastic release recently, and I keep thinking like maybe someday. I did see at my local store, like in the group that I play Turnip with, someone was like, "Hey, is anyone else interested in Core?" I'm like, oh no, that's not good. Oh no, that's dangerous. I can't get to that as well. How you doing, Miko? Welcome. So we're currently revamping the Lancer settings for a West Marches sort of dealio. The reason I have the inner sphere up is I think I'm using that not as a hard and fast reference, but a generally idea of like what I would like this to turn into, where it's like you got a couple of different factions with like different ideologies and different stuff. They have different sections of the universe. There's a lot of warring back and forth between them, stuff like that. Let's see. I do like the clans. I do think the clans are pretty neat. So how you doing, Lord Calvin? How you doing? Welcome. How you doing? Yeah, exactly. So I think doing something like this would be nice. So we got a kind of scrappy pirate faction kind of set up, and then a faction of genetic engineering moths that have been hybridizing human kind of like, not servants, but just kind of like workers and stuff like that. I can eventually release this. I can eventually release the notes publicly at some point. This is right now. This is right now just something I'm kind of doing. No, if I made the coup from All Tomorrows, I love All Tomorrows, but the coup, like, I imagine the moths are doing like very light adaptations. Everybody, please read All Tomorrows. All Tomorrows is fantastic. It's the idea of humans going out into space and like kind of like settling space, and then a horrible species called the Coup show up, and they're like, "Oh, we're going to ruin you." And not just as in like enslave and capture humanity. What they do, there's a big war between humans and the Coup win, and they decide to fuck with humanity by doing a crazy amount of genetic manipulation to basically turn humans back into animals, but like horrible nightmare fuel animals that still kind of look human. Also, abort, have yourself a good sleep and take it easy, yo. And eventually the Coup fuck off because they're like, haha, we did this. And then they went to ruin another species. And some of those animals evolved enough to kind of like re-catch up back to humanity. Also, there's a couple pockets of humans that didn't get taken over by the Coup, and they just lived in space in zero-G, turning into weird, flappy, big-skinned, big-brained, propeller sphincter mothmen. It's really, really wild. And my boys, the what's it called? Oh yeah, and then they're like, one of them, like the humans basically like from one plant did such like a device, like such a good fight against the Coup that they turned them into a living filtration system where it's just like little squares of sapient humans just kind of were turned into little cubes and stacked on each other to like filter their stuff. Not great. Oh god, do I want to look up a picture of the colonials? Hold on. My Dreamcrat to know. I think there's a copy of the book floating out there. The thing is, like, I don't even know if I want to post a picture. I'm not going to post a picture because I do think genuinely it is a fun read. But I think if you see a book, it's called All Tomorrows. I would strongly recommend you look up it at your own time because it's very fun. It's a very, very interesting book. The art is really, really good. Very, very excellent book. I would like a physical copy someday, but I cannot imagine those are going for cheap because there's All Tomorrows. Is that on Amazon? No, I don't believe so. I believe at one point it was physical, but I cannot imagine you can get those. Yeah, I mean, a tuna melt sounds great right now, but yeah, no. Understandable. And it makes sense. I think if you have the last name Ramjet, people are like, yeah, no, this is that's a pseudonym, but understandable. Just keeps up getting worse. Oh yeah, no. I still think it's a good read though. It's still a very interesting read. Strong recommend. Anyway, factions. Goddamn, we got some factions. We got some factions. So like, I guess we could just kind of write stuff down to begin to ideate. So like, we could do some like archetypes you want to hit. It's like, do we want to do like a backwards like nobility faction? Let's see, what's some other kind of big ones? Imperialistic, expansionist faction. We want to kind of get like an equivalent to like a Xeon, the Imperium, stuff like that. Of quality ooh, oh, there we go. Let's go. I can grab real quick and put on screen. Da, 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 da. Where's that? Where's that at? Hey, let's go. All right, let me put that on. Let me put that up. Da, 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 da. Let me grab that. There we go. Check out what Steve made. Fuck yeah, we got the pirate banner. We got the banner. I'm gonna crop that just so I can fit the banner more on screen. So you got it. Also, how you doing, Aosh? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? How you doing? Go. You see. How you doing? How do I paint rats? So not tonight. Nobility forward and the Imperial Full-Blown Progress Center. How did that work exactly? I do be prepping for Lancer. I'm doing effectively a, oh no, that's a different, oh, there we go. I have a separate Obsidian instance up for like VTubing things and like media I want to look into. I think like I have like a bunch of anime I want to watch. I just still need to watch Tatami Galaxy. I want to do that. I also, is it weird that I've been feeling a strange urge to finally finish Welcome to the NHK? I remember growing up that like I was reading Welcome to the NHK, but that was during an era where getting physical copies of manga was very hard to do. So I think I only ever had a couple of volumes of it, and I think it would be fun just to give it like a finish. Though I wonder now that I'm not like a sad NEET, how Welcome to the NHK would hit. Because that is very much about like being a sad NEET will fucking destroy you mentally. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'll relate, be like, he used to be like me for real, and not like he's like me for real. I have been hearing that, a lot of stuff like that. Let's have the work of a rival nation. Let's see, there we go. A criminal organization? I mean, we do got pirates, but I do actually think having a kind of like, let's see, kind of like miners, like blue collar kind of thing would be cool. This is also another thing too, is we could actually just list out a bunch of archetypes and combine like 2 or 3 of those. So we could have like imperialistic expansionists, backwards nobility. Is there a cult faction? I don't know actually. We could have like a cult religious faction. Do a cult religious faction. I'm trying to remember how much Lancer mentions. Now we could do eco-terrorists as a potential one as well. Yeah, we could also do yeah, the NHP maybe like tech. I have 2, looking at that list of things, I have 2 ideas. I have 2 ideas. Like what? Like combining these. Yeah, I guess I could understand too. So this is actually something interesting if we want to do this. Yeah, I guess the religion, like the tech faction, could house like what became eventually like maybe like Raw and Horse and stuff like that in the mix. Yeah, I think it'd be fun actually what Nitrous is doing to combine a couple of these. So this is also something I'm thinking about as well for this. Just at the top. Say this universe never had Earth. Alponator, how you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm making a Lancer setting. So, my thought process is that, like, I think it's fun just to not have, like, yeah, this is Earth and having all that kind of, like, baggage that goes with it. Like, not that you can't do that, but I do think it's nice when it's just, like, there's just, like, no connection, do what you want. I think that would be neat. I think that would be a neat thing to do. So, I'm just gonna say, okay. Actually, how about this? So we say Earth is not canon, but Miku is canon. Miku is definitely canon, but Earth is not canon. So yeah, let's just throw some stuff out there. Let's throw some stuff out there. So let's do. What about do cult, religious faction? Oh, how about let's just cult plus religious plus imperialist expansionist. Eco-terrorist plus NHP tech. There we go. And then how about backwards nobility plus blue collar and then miners, stuff like that. There we go. How you doing, Rufus? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, there's a set tag for this. So I imagine that other people have done campaign planning streams, and this is very much an experiment. I understand that there's not a lot of, like, whoosh, wow, big stuff like that. We're not basing it. It's more like the end result. The end result of what that kind of turned into is, yeah, I mean, that works too, Crichton. I think really for me, the end goal is that I don't want there to be, like, this is the Earth faction. So I combined some of these, and here's kind of what I'm thinking, just to kind of, like, top level ideas. So for the backwards nobility blue collar miners, listen to this. I'm okay with that. I like being the relaxing guy. I'm here for it. So I'm thinking for this, like, Bretonian style. Because the backwards nobility blue collar sounds weird, but it's like maybe decadent, honor focused nobility. Serfs doing the real work. I think it's like something kind of like that, where it's like they're rich. No, I mean, this is not really a communism thing. Like, I think it's more just like advanced space feudalism. I think it's just super feudalism. Because I think you could do kind of some stuff, like, you could even maybe kind of bring in the idea of, like, maybe their lancers are nobility, but there's not that many of them. They'll need to hire mercs for work. Or maybe, like, the serfs have to hire lancers because, like, the nobility are too busy doing the honor things. Lancers for stuff like that. Something like that, yeah. There's also something too that, like, we could even do, like, Elite Man kind of, like, I know a couple of things do that, like, Earth is lost and we would like to find Earth one day. I could just, like, randomly put Earth in the middle of just, like, one of these other big ones. So I think this does give us a little bit to work with. Yeah, I think Battlestar Galactica does that. I know it's, like, not super uncommon. So we could do, like, some maybe, like, nightly nightly court things plus, like, rugged industrial. Like, imagine the idea of these, like, kind of just, like, real industry like stuff like that. That's true. We could just have Earth, just like, what do we call this? I don't know, Earth. do that thing where they just give Earth a stupid name. Earth is a meme. Oh, just they're like, you believe in Earth. How blasé. Go back to, there we go. Earth. I mean, there's like O-Earth or whatever too. Is like a thing from, like, D&D. I think we could do something fun with that. Virgin Earth versus Chad Logical Man. Jesus Christ. Like, oh, you believe in Earth? Psh, nah, we came from, like, Humans were always around. What are you talking about? We could also go really weird, just like what are the moth people? No, they're actually from Earth. The moths are actually from Earth. They're the actual real humans. Everyone else they look like a human, but it's just like a really weird, just weird coincidence that humans happen to sprout up on other planets. But then real humanity just evolved the moths. Because yeah, why not? You know, it's cold in space. You gotta be fluffy. Yeah. Anyway, we're getting on the weeds again. So I think I could probably do something kind of neat with that. Actually, insect people. I haven't heard about that theory. I know bigger Luke theory. I always subscribe to the bigger Luke theory. That's the only Star Wars theory I listen to. I would actually love to see the Star Wars are insects theory though. I would love to see that. I haven't played Metroid Prime 2 to be fair. I got Metroid Prime when I was younger, but I was bad at FPS games. Yeah, I guess if we wanted to do the precursor race, we could do like we could straight up do the thing where it's like humans were the precursor race. They thought they were going to go extinct, so they seeded a lot of planets, and then humans died out, and then moths evolved, and they're like, what the fuck? And they just came over here, and they're like, oh shit, there's humans here? What the fuck? I thought you all died. We were shifting around through your ruins for like 1,000 years, and you've been here, just like fighting wars and stuff. I might just write that down. Hold on. Earth, humans were precursors, seeded other planets. There we go. I think that'd be kind of fun, actually. So there's like a little bit of moths are like, oh shit, you're the chosen ones, and they're like, huh? Or maybe they're like, you humans used to be better. Let me give you some tech. I don't know. We'll figure out that details later. There we go. Oh no, I just thought of moth people with Jinko jeans and backwards caps when you said that, Crichton. All the moths like to skateboard around. Like that's their thing. They love skateboards. But okay, this one, I think this gives some options. You get some kind of like fun. We can also, I don't think I want to throw out everything about, what's it called? I don't think I want to throw out everything about Lancer. I think this is where I could like insert stuff from the trade baronies. Like the books and stuff like that. Also, how you doing, Wendy Crows? Welcome. Yeah, I am working on redoing the Lancer setting into something that I think would be kind of neat and easier to run. Like just like something that makes a little bit more sense. So then this kind of opens up some options for like working like with the nobles, doing some honor stuff, kind of like, hey, my younger sister who was going to be married off decided to go to this planet and shack up with a peasant. I need you to take her back, kill him, and then also a rival noble house is giving her defense because it makes my family look bad. Yeah, I think we could keep the moth origin story as just like hidden knowledge. So like maybe only the moth, like probably only the moths know about this. Only they know about this. I think too, this is also just like another. So I think this gives us some options. I think that this gives us some options for like what's it called? I'm gonna take a drink. This gives us some options for like things the players can do. This is also another thing too that like I need to make sure that every faction has a reason for players to fuck with them. It's like if we have precursors, player characters could be recovering precursor tech, can be defending themselves against like humans that are like, we don't take too kindly to you moth folk over there. Like that kind of thing. There's a potential for like some gameplay there. Pirates are pirates. You get access to like fucking with basically every faction kind of besides the pirates, fucking around with them, getting access to kind of like illegal tech, stuff like that. Having lots of fun. Night stuff, you get the kind of like nobility and honor and stuff like that. And then let's do let's do okay. Let's remove these. Let's remove the blue collar and then backwards snowbank. Let's go with the idea that was thrown earlier as like the eco-terrorist NHP option. I think this would be kind of interesting. Oh yeah, how about this? Nobility color, literally blue. Blue is their associated color. So we got purple aliens, blue nobility, and we got yellow and black pirates. There we go. I like purple, but purple is already taken by the moths. Unless we want to make the nobility purple. But I think blue has a kind of like, you could kind of see like a kind of King Arthur with like a blue tabard kind of dealio. I'm thinking it makes sense. But I don't think I'm going entirely medieval knightly things, but something similar to that will be in here. I might mix up some like other cultural honor thing. We could even do like a whole like I said, I don't want to go too like this is just like England in space, but samurai and we could just go full like for honor in space. There we go. So just like do the hodgepodge of just like fucking samurai, knights, Vikings, anyone with honor culture. Just like if there was ever a civilization that had like warriors with honor, we could just kind of mix them in there. Maybe. Yeah, melee focus. Once again, I can refine this a little bit. I do just like the idea of just like it's just all that. Oh yeah, we do want some accents. So we could do blue with like maybe like white and gold accents. Something like that would be cool. the Vike not samurai. I unzip my battle axe and tip my frog head helmet to you, good sir. Okay. So, anyway, eco-terrorist NHP tech. So, green. This is the green faction, literally. Guys could have drug pilots. Oh yeah, they could. There's definitely people that are like combat drugged up, or just like high, doing things. Let's see. So, I think every faction is going to have some level of like NHPs and AI. Here's where I think we could go with the eco-terrorist NHP faction. Unshackled NHP is running the thing. Maybe it was like originally a terraforming pollution clean up NHP. Sees humanity expansion fucking up the galaxy. You know, that kind of thing, just like stripping plants for resources. Killing natural beauty. ETC. Let's say this would have a lot of I'm not putting all the corpses in here because some of these I might want to like mix around, but like Smith Shimano. Very like elegant and like kind of like purity. I would even say maybe like even like up the nature tones to everything. Like maybe even like straight up like wood looking mechs. How you doing, Fred? How you doing? Welcome. Have yourself a good night and bye. Fucking nerd. We are currently reworking the Lancer setting. We could make them go just like as another cultural touchstone to reference. We could make them go full like imagine high-tech wood elves. High-tech wood elves. So they like nature, and they see you being mean to nature, so they will fucking kill you. So, let's see, there we go. Heck, what else? I imagine, the funny thing is, like, I'm imagining that, like, let's say they're kind of, like, cruel and violent, but if you live in there, stayed at a grove painting minis, yes, 100%. But I imagine some people would join them willingly, because it's like let's see. You would go there, and you would see their planets, and they are like perfectly integrated into nature. are. They do look beautiful. But also, like, if you're like, yeah, I like living on this planet. It's nice, and they're like, too bad, we're gonna kill all of you. I don't know. I might regulate how violent they are. I don't want them to be so hideously cruel that nobody would ever want to work for them or associate with them. So like it's probably going to be like a very acceptable level of like, hey, look at what these assholes are doing to this gorgeous planet. They have turned this, like, they've killed all the natural species and they've turned this planet into a horrible mining planet. So we're going to hire you Lancers to fuck up shit. So let's say they're like big on hiring Lancers for industrial sabotage. So there we go. So a lot of their missions will be like less like you are. A lot of their missions might straight up be like, go to this facility and fucking destroy it. So that would be a fun thing for mercs to do. I think that'd be neat. We could give them bug motifs as well. We could kind of do that green, maybe like green, maybe like a green let's see, maybe like bug motifs. Oh yeah, there we go. There's no E in there. Maybe even kind of like hive-shaped cities. I think that would work. 30 enemies back. I think that would be the idea too, that they would absolutely like see like immediately begin terraforming planets they capture. A very quick clock. So like I imagine like let's say the eco I will come up with names later because names are incredibly difficult. Jesus Christ, names are hard to do. So we will be naming these later. But I imagine like say the eco-terrorist and then like the nobility faction. Like the eco-terrorists decide to take a planet from the nobility faction. And like the people live there. The nobility faction maybe has like maybe a month tops before the local populace is not going to be doing so great. The planet will look great afterwards. The local wildlife are going to love all the new roaming around space. And it's not like they make it so humans totally don't live there at all. But a lot of cities are going to have to go. That kind of means a lot of like not great stuff. I think this is a neat idea. I'm very curious how long they were going to be around. I feel like I'm going to have to strike a really delicate balance with them. I think they're going to have to really, really have a delicate balance, or else people will just want to fucking destroy their ass. I think this gives us something. All right, there we go. I guess the question is, like, if I do Smith Shimano, I guess I wouldn't have a lot of, like, forest tech. I was thinking, though, weirdly enough, so, like, so I think I need to take a... Is a bitch. I mean, then again, also, too, I think having one faction just being weaker than the others isn't a big deal. Like, if we're going back to Battletech, like, the Capellan Confederation is not doing great in most instances, but, like, people still like them. They're the scrappy underdogs. These guys might not be so scrappy, but, like, I think the idea is neat. Also, I'm going to take a very short idle break and get me some more water, and I will be right back. So, BRB. There we go. We'll do the screen for that. All right, I've returned. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I have obtained more water. I've had snack. How you doing, Battle Pal? How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are doing... I'm effectively kind of doing a rework of the Lancer setting for a West Marches project I'm working on. And it's going pretty good. Things do be going good. Let me take another sip, though. I had me this like energy bar thing that had like chocolate and red and raspberries and dates in it. It was pretty good. I'm now filled with more energy. I am a machine that converts food into nerd bullshit. It is just weird thinking that like knowing like multiple times out there is a creature that was just like living its life. It got eventually rendered into food, made its way to my house. I cooked it and I ate it, and then I took its life force and then I use it to make goofy play pretend mech nonsense. God, the circle of life is beautiful. Isn't it great? All right, put another break on the fucking ads. So we got alien moth faction. We got pirates. God bless. Yeah, the resin and mini pipeline. I mean, it's not even a resin. It's like have you seen it's like I am machine that turns? Let me see. It's find one of those stupid machine that turns. There we go. Oh, there's so many different variations of this. Oh, this is a good one. This is a mood, especially like because I have to go back to the guild. I've been doing a lot more like magic deck building at work because that's the thing I can do. My body is a machine that turns 14 hours of deck building into an unplayable opening hand. Nice, there we go. I just like the more stuff I'm adding to the rim around my area. This is why I need to get me a proper overlay. This is fine though. I just take whatever overlay I operate. I am a machine that turns an overlay into a bunch of assorted images. Excellent. I don't got a hot glue gun at the desk. I do want a hot glue gun. I know, haha, hot glue. Hot glue guns are very, very handy for terrain. Very, very, very handy. Which I've been printing out some terrain. I got these like alien hives from like the Tyrannid crab set. I ended up getting a couple of those, and they fit like. Oh, can you? Oh, they don't make a very good hollow smacking noise. But I got these kind of like coral-looking bases into. Yeah, I mean, no, that's real Mountain Bound. That's real. That's real. They're these like kind of cool-looking like coral alien hive things that I think are gonna be good turnip terrain. Weirdly enough. Especially if I finally get around to fishing my Cult of Charybdis. Feast of Charybdis, my bad. Which I got the crabs, so I need to glue them, and I need to figure out what the fuck I want to do for the crab riders. That's sort of like that's the big thing I gotta think about. Like, I got the crab. What's the chuckle fuck that's gonna be riding the crab gonna look like? That's for later. Anyways, let's see, we got 1, we got 2, we got 3, we got 4. This will be the 5th one. And maybe we'll do one more besides this. So here's my thought for this faction. Red. Now, whenever there is a religious faction in a thing, usually they go more like space Catholicism. We know, we've seen various. We know the Warhammers, we know. Or usually Rome. There is a staggering amount of media out there with Space Rome, and arguably even 40K's Imperium is basically Space Rome. Or could use super glue. Oh yeah, no, you can totally do. Yeah, coffee stirrers are very, very good for what's it called? For like terrain stuff. I need to get more of those. I need to get more of those for some terrain projects. My terrain projects have kind of stalled out a little bit. I've actually been doing good hobby progress recently. Especially, I'm very excited with that new light. I want to do some like video filming. I had somebody message me on Discord. They're like, "Hey, do you got a YouTube? I really like the way you paint minis," because I think they saw me post in one of the various mini Discords I am. And they're like, "I'd like to see tutorials on how you do stuff." I was like, "Oh shit, okay, I could do that. I can make that a thing." Oh, oh shit. That's something we could do. Okay, let's go. I need to figure out about what they would want to do, but we could do, let's say, ocean. Let's add ocean under archetypes, and we could elaborate from there. There we go. So I am thinking Pantheon. So like Pantheon. I don't know how many gods I want to give them. Let's just say a lot of gods. Say both major and minor. The thing I'm curious is like, would we want to give them like a big Pantheon leader? Like would we want to give them like the concept of Zeus, or would we want to do a thing where all gods? I was thinking, I think it could. I don't know if there's explicit void fauna. There probably is. I don't see why not. I could see that coming up for a mission for like, the pirates are like, hey yo, hunting void whales is illegal, but they have really, really good. They got that space ambergris. The space ambergris. That's the thing. It's like I don't know. I don't want to fall into the trap of doing another space Rome faction. I mean, space animism would be kind of fun, but like, I think the thing that I was thinking that maybe we could find a culture to backport this into or not would be the idea of like, all of these cults are competing against each other. They're part of, hi mate, how you doing? Welcome. They're part of the same empire. But the more territory claimed under a specific god is kind of like the more influence that god has. Like they kind of consider the idea that like clearly the more space you got, the better your god is. And like, well, all space claimed for the country is good. Also, we got, oh my god. I felt like we just got one of these, but I guess it has been like an hour. Huh. Okay, I can use this to drink some water. There we go. All right, we are back. Spy faction. We could do. Oh, like spy intelligent. I forgot the G intelligence. I'm very smart. No, we are keeping jizz music in Star Wars where it belongs. We are keeping that shit locked down in that universe. Oh god. Yeah, exactly. So kind of what Dasher's saying. It's like I'm thinking, yeah. So it's like, while all territory is good for the Empire, claiming territory for a specific god is where it's at. More territory equals stronger position of god. Society, religion, something like that. Yeah, there we go. Christ, spell religion. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, no, I know that they don't call it that anymore. It makes me sad. I mean, it was dumb that was in there. Like the fact that nobody stopped George Lucas from naming it jizz music is very, very silly. I assume he was the one who named it. Let's see. Yeah, I think the cult would maybe even like. But once again, if we're thinking where the PCs are primarily mercs, so like hiring mercenary lancers would help. Would help with this. I'm gonna also say something funny. They also probably spend a lot of time taking over their own territory. So we'll like we might even see like maybe that like maybe they have like either maybe like the most lancers of any faction or they have the best ones in general. Best ones in general. So like basically we kind of make them more warlike, I guess. I mean, there probably would be some level of like brainwashing to get some stuff like that. Just like, hey, just like go to another territory, be like, hey, buddy, hey, listen. I also like to imagine a very, I don't think so. Like I don't think jizz ever had a different connotation. I think George Lucas. There's kind of a weird thing now where people have basically kind of like retconned. They're like, oh no, everybody did everything cool around George Lucas and he did nothing. I don't think that's true, but I do think George Lucas needs a handler. I think George Lucas needs somebody to like, he's got ideas and the guy could make a movie at some point in the past. He could have made movies. But he was just kind of left to his own devices after a while, and that's where shit went wild. I don't know. I think it's very easy to look at him now and be like, I know he wasn't great. Oh, no, let's say this. I think George Lucas is still kind of a bumbling goof, but he was a bumbling goof that could get the job done when need be. I guess that's probably the nicest way I could say that, but yeah. No, he does need someone to handle him, objectively. The best could be respective gods. Oh yeah, we could do that. There we go. Best of best are like the champions of gods. We could even take this further and say like they don't care what faction you were from. You pass the test, you could become a champion. So they're like, not that I think like if someone rolls in, you're like, I'm the champion, they fucked off, but like if somebody else came in and they're like, no, you got what it takes. Clearly you've been blessed, and they're just like welcome you. Like, I'm gonna say like weirdly welcoming. Like, let's say weirdly welcoming if you got the skills. Or maybe if you, like, adapt quickly. So, like, well, the other ones, if they take over your space, are probably not going to be a great time. So, like, let's say, like, if they claim your planet, if you play ball, things won't be so bad. Maybe with a caveat of depending on the god. Also lowercase g because it's not that one. Something like that, like regularly, like kind of like egalitarian, expansionist religion. I do also imagine too. There's like besides just like claiming territory. Say maybe for the most part, like they genuinely believe their religion is right. Maybe there's like some aspect of saving other societies. Something like that. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's like, yeah, like if you worship the gods and you play nicely with everything, and like things will be very, very smooth. You will be treated nicely. What's it called? It's like if like citizenship upon worship or something like that. I think something that like that would be cool. We could do that. Still kind of make it where they are like still kind of aggressive. Like the other nations aren't gonna be jazz. I think there's a possibility for most of these factions to have some level of diplomacy with each other, but we will have to figure out exactly how, like at what level. I imagine it's not good. Like I imagine at the end of the day, because I want this to be kind of a dynamic game where like everybody is kind of on edge and has already been skirmishing, but it hasn't necessarily blown into a full war. So like let's say faction A could maybe do a mission to fuck up some shit in faction B, and like while it's not going to be great, or even stuff like that, or yeah, exactly. Or like the eco-terrorist and like the nature god could maybe get along pretty well, or maybe like some of the blue, like when we're talking about the idea of like maybe like the pirates having a little bit of a blue collar kind of like bit to them. Also realizing I don't think, oh, there we go. So like maybe there's some interaction between like the kind of like the working class of the nobility faction and the pirates where they get along pretty well. There's probably some overlap still. Or even like the kind of like the alien moths and the eco-terrorist are like, you kind of got an eye for aesthetics, even though you're kind of doing a lot of weird alien stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty much taking like James exactly. Where like I'm basically gonna say there's probably a god for everything. We could even kind of go back into that like animism. So like maybe there isn't even necessarily like a god of war. There's like X the god of war, and maybe Y the god of, I don't know. We could do kind of like that like hyper specific gods. I don't know. Let's see. I'm debating between if I want to do hyper specific gods or like really open ones, like kind of vague. So I don't know. What do you guys think? So like the idea. Let's say an example. God of War versus like maybe a god of honorable combat versus a god of artillery. I guess it's just like what level specificity do we want to get with these gods? Going really broad, like the whole like god of nature, god of war, god of weather. That does mean that there's less for people to juggle with. Like you kind of see the pantheon, you're like, I get it. That kind of makes it so that there's a bit more cohesion overall. If we went to like hyper specific gods or like multiple gods fighting for a position, like maybe there's like 2 or 3 active like gods of war that each got their own little flavor, and then the ones of like gods will eventually stomp out the other ones. Actually, that could be kind of a neat idea. Maybe we kind of go back to that. Wait, what if we do like? So what if we do like gods of broad concepts? Yeah, gods of broad concepts. Multiples of each concept with their own twist. So we could go like God of War honorable versus God of War. Yeah, there we go. Fuck around and find out. So we got that. So we got something like that. Oh, you're saying there's specific gods, but you apply. Oh, that's also another option. So it's like one god, multiple aspects, or multiple aspects where gods are fighting to become like. I think if we do like the multiple aspects. Why did I twist? There we go. That's what I'm about to say. It's like I'm thinking maybe do like even like. Maybe like a survival of the fittest kind of deal. So it's like eventually. Why did my little thing stop working? It spells survival apparently. What the fuck? The Surrey Vial. There we go. That's right. I was thinking the sub-faction pop-ups would be more like 2 people would still like are really down for like the concept of the God of War, but each one has the kind of like, I want this version of the God of War to be the real one. And so I will try to claim, if I claim all of your territory and stomp your god out, the divine hierarchy survival of the fittest would mean that like eventually your god was weak and not fit to be part of the pantheon and has since been kicked out. And maybe it would come back later. So the thing is, I do like the aspect function, but I wonder how that would work in a gameplay setting. Or I guess you could have like, we'll use Krog as the example. You could have like, in theory, worshippers of Krog, they're like a god of war, and then other worshippers of Krog as a god of sports, and they're wanting to eliminate the other one. I think that'd be good. I think I might still stick with mine though. I think what I'm doing right now might still be easier, like more viable for a mech combat game. I think so. I think that would work. So I think this gives us a bit right now. I think this faction can work. So now here's the question. So we got a cult. We got religious imperialist cult faction. We got high-tech eco-terrorist run by an AI, effectively. We got a kind of Bretonian fancy honor nobility backed up by tons and tons of industry. We got pirates. I might need to do something to jazz up the pirates, because I feel now at this point everyone else has got some cool ideas. What if... Hold on. Let's remove... I just like the idea of the ocean archetype. I think pirates would kind of fit into anyway. What if we kind of integrate the spy aspect to that? Pirate spies. There we go. There we go. So the way I'm thinking about this, like if we want to go back, this is like another thing too for the GM processes. You would want to probably go back and reiterate on things. So I guess it's. So we did kind of give them like a kind of like orky ramshackle bit. We could also move a lot of that. There are just going to be pirate fleets. I guess there's also not stopping them from having good, because like my idea that like if the pirates factions themselves, like what are reasons they just don't get stomped out, is because these motherfuckers like in order to like get a good sense of when that they could pick apart the other nations, they just have like a really baller spy network. So like that, so that's basically what, like when to find like ships are vulnerable. Ships / planets that are vulnerable. But that also means like the other nations keep them around because they either through a combination of maybe like blackmail and also wanting to buy secrets. I think the blackmail option also opens up some player ability stuff. Me name is Bond, James Bond, RR7. I mean, yeah. So that also might be a fun thing where they like a lot of people like, no, pirates are dumb, and they're like, if you're in the know, you know that the pirates know fucking everything. They know all the stuff. But also you can have some fun like missions based around blackmail. Either grabbing some or destroying it for other factions. You could be like, hey, no, listen. I'm part of the nobility, like the like Brett nobility faction. They're like, hey, listen. They have a very compromising picture of me on this one planet. Oh no, there's a guy who's holding a compromising picture of me on this planet. I need you to go and like blow up like a 3 city block radius. So that ways people don't realize he died because of that, stuff like that. My brother, my cousin's eye against the world. Me brother. I'm trying to read that, but my brain is actively fried against it. But yeah. Okay, so this gives the pirates a little bit more. This would also explain why they have access to like all these vices, because like this is how they sneak in. They're like, hey, listen. Like they could kind of go to a party, like, yo, I got the good drugs, and the guy's like, okay, cool, fuck yeah, let's go, and they take it, and then you're like, they think it's LSD, but it's actually some like space bullshit truth serum. So like, okay, now that I have you drugged out of your mind, I need you to tell me about all your father's dirty laundry. And it's like, oh, okay, here we go. So then maybe. We could maybe keep, like, the occasional couple of workman planets. Okay, I think that'd be good. There's, like, outer, crude, kind of, like, low-tech, inner core. Very, very... Probably still maybe not even necessarily high-tech, but, like, very cunning. Oh, there we go. If we want to go back to orky shit, they're both brutal and cunning. There we go. Excellent. All right, we got this. So, this gives us with 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 solid factions. Now, 5 is a good solid number. I think for right now, that might be the way to go. I think we could in theory have maybe more. But I think this gives us a good core. Maybe red, and then also for accents of maybe it's like white or maybe like a marble kind of thing, something like that. So we got a red faction, we got a green faction, we got a blue, we got a yellow, and we got a purple. I did not mean to exactly rip off the colors of this, but here we are. They are in fact the same colors. That was an accident, but I mean they're primary colors, and then green and purple. Like they're like what are they really missing? Like brown, orange, I guess. Yeah, those are the big colors. We got that. Yeah, we really just don't got orange, and even then, like, I don't think you need orange. I don't think you need orange. But I think this gives us something to work with. This gives us something to work with. I like a raspberry seed. There we go. This gives us something to work with. I could hand somebody a pamphlet and be like, yo, these are the ones we're working for. And I also imagine that there are going to be... How about, okay, so I have an idea. How about this? So let's see, this is not going to be a proper faction. Let's say Mercs. Mercs will be orange. Let's say maybe like less of a proper faction and more of a loose coalition of Mercs. It's mostly just like, there we go. It's mostly just for a way, I think, where the players would have like, not even Merc-controlled territory, but effectively just like kind of like open Merc spots, I guess. So, something like that. Or at the very least, you could be like, if you're a Merc, you're probably going to be flying like an orange flag. Okay, yeah, so it's like probably just like mostly an ID for yourself. Something like that. Yeah, like Raiders wouldn't probably have a flag, but I imagine like if you're working alongside another nation, they'd be like they would get the like little flag patches of their country, and then you got the I'm totally orange right now. Yeah, there's probably some neutral grounds, yeah. And these are like probably let's see, probably more space stations kind of deal. Like in this, like the pirates, I imagine will own a section of space, but they, even if they're very mobile, there are like pirate territory, or not. We could make the pirates not technically have territory. I need to figure out. I think giving them some at the very least, even if it's like not a whole lot, because they're going to just need like safe places to refuel and whatnot. We could technically give them maybe like, how about this? I would just say maybe like smallest slice of the pie. Pie. There we go. I think this gives them like a more means to fuck around in other people's territory, but the Mercs probably do like. There probably is something where it's just like, hey, listen, everybody needs Mercs. If you kill all the Mercs, you're not going to get the Mercs, and then we're going to hire Mercs and kick your ass. So it's kind of in everybody's best interest not to directly like make a transgression. And there might be a thing if it's like, hey. This like maybe like even like Merc specific missions. There we go. So like maybe planet or a faction has it like paid up slash maybe like violated some treaty or whatever, or an agreement. And then fuck them up. That would effectively be like a Merc situated mission, stuff like that. Yeah, I do. Neo Tortuga. Yeah, I also imagine each of the corporations probably have their own little strongholds in each nation, more or less. Probably not gonna go super wild into those, but I imagine there is probably some. I guess I could say maybe. So we'll do like neutral slash Mercs, and this I think this would also maybe count as like corp space too. So like very small though, very small. And let's say integrated into other nations. So something like that. So like you might visit like a Harrison Armory base that's in like the cult region, but they might give you some missions for some other ones nearby. Just as that's just like a place where you can dock and they can talk to you and stuff like that. Okay. I feel like I mostly situated that just so I had an excuse to use the color orange, but I think that makes sense. Orange is also kind of like a bright warning color anyway. Like even the pirate's yellow is kind of warning color-ish, but it's also like hazard stripes. It's a little bit, it's a little bit kind of like dialed down a bit. Okay, that works. That works. All right. So let's begin looking over the map. Let's kind of look over what we got. What do we got so far? The Union has been deleted. Done. Pirates, we got the pirates good. I think I'm just gonna trim these off for the sake of, well, no, we could do that. Well, we'll just say done. There we go. Union does not exist. We have gotten rid of Union. Pirates are done. We got them faction up pretty well. I think we're just gonna basically say like the scattered fleets are probably like, I imagine every faction is like loosely, not full civil war-y, but like every faction has the opportunity to do some internal fuckery. Probably the least one would weirdly be the eco-terrorists, because they kind of got like a very singular goal. I imagine there's not going to be a lot of infighting, and a lot of their stuff would probably be more like other factions having you fight with them, against them. For a thing like, hey, I need you to get this territory back. Like that kind of dealio. Okay, I think that works out. Earth is not canon. We've actually went and revamped Earth. Earth is now canon. Earth is now canon, but moths own it. Hatsune Miku is canon. We got that. We got the aliens. We got the aliens done as well. Corps seem to be in a good spot. I'm gonna say how extreme they should go. Probably. Yeah, we can write that down actually. So it's like maybe different sub-factions based on how extreme they are. I'd say a sliding scale between human, light touch, and NHP, without mercy. Oh yeah, I can recap the factions. The funny, God, this does kind of sound like I could turn this into a war game. If this fucking Lancer, like, West March just turns into, like, my own homebrew war game, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. There's not a whole lot of mech war games, though, honestly. I mean, I guess, no, there is Battletech, yeah, but okay. But, like, anime mech war games. I know Battletech's a little anime, stuff like that. So you know what I mean. Alright, so we got the neutral / mercs, which is like the mercenaries, which are probably going to mostly be the player characters and associated ephemera, and then also the corps, which are the corporations within Lancer to provide the mechs and stuff like that. We got a cult of religious expansionists that are really big about, like, taking a bunch of territory and converting them to their gods, though there's also a lot of infighting, and trying to see which god will win the brand war. So there we go. How about if we do most popular are part of the Pantheon. Okay, so the way I'm saying it, like, so I'm going to say the Pantheon in this in the expansionist cult is like the Marvel movie of religion, where it's like, it's a very basic bitch thing. Like, most people are just like, oh, whatever's in the Pantheon, I'll worship them. They got it figured out. They got all of the attention and the resources and whatnot. And then, like, all the other, like, smaller cults and stuff like that are probably, like, weirdos and, like prophets and stuff like that, who, for the most part, are just kind of considered whatever until they start taking over territories and proving themselves. And then they become, like, the indie VTuber of religion, which is a wild idea. Okay, we got that. We got eco-terrorist, NHP, high-tech. They are really, really big about, like, humanity. Whenever they touch a planet, they fuck up nature, and for that, the best way to fix everything is to kill off most humanity, or at least bring them into the fold and teach them how to live right. And they got, like, high-tech wood elf vibes. Very nice, pretty-looking cities, but depending on like who is doing the operations, things can get really, really cruel. Fuck up, how did I fuck up sabotage so hard? Jesus Christ. Okay. Then we got this kind of like Brett style, like nobility bit where it's like you got what's it called? You kind of got like these kind of like very honor obsessed, Lancer focused, like noble factions that are constantly battling amongst each other. And or just like doing kind of like Ponzi noble things, and then you got like a solid core of serfs, aka like miners and shipping people and stuff like that. Really focused on like kind of like very industrial and very melee at the same time. Then we got the pirate spies. They got a great spy network and use that to pick off other targets. They don't got a lot of territory on their own, and unfortunately, because they're kind of a smaller, scrappier faction, I would even maybe say that maybe they don't even, some of them don't even see themselves as pirates. Insult. So yeah, some people would see that as like an insult. Like this might be a thing where they are just like this small, scrappy little nation made of pirates. But they probably still got a lot of people like, no, fuck you, we're pirates. And there's other people like, no, we're making a thing. Greg, we're making a thing. We're making a real country with like real country things. Like, no. I just want to raid ships all day. They're like, we can't do that forever. Why not? I just hired 3 mercenaries to help me take on this ship. Why not? Okay, so we got that. They're also the ones that's probably the most fun faction as well for when it comes to like gambling and whatnot. Then we got this alien moth faction that are, which we're going with the idea that they have come from Earth because everyone else was seeded by ships, by colony ships ages ago. Earth is basically lost. They grew up on Earth and came over here. So, Kinsey, how you doing? Welcome. Not really. So I imagine more like, yeah, I was thinking they have like a little band of space, but yeah, we could even remove the plant bit entirely. Maybe spaceports, and maybe like asteroid fields, something like that. Yeah, there's probably a couple planets, but there's probably not a lot. Like if we're like just going through the BattleTech map, Jesus Christ, like kind of like how the Capellans got that strip. So they got like a thing, but it's not a whole lot. And yeah, probably a lot of it is asteroids. Like I imagine they originally got their territory because no one wanted it, or because no one wanted it. Also infested by pirates. There we go. I mean, they probably still do need supplies and stuff like that. Yeah, actually, we can even go farther. There we go. We can even do like a split between criminals, maybe like unrepentant criminals. People trying to make a new society with what scraps they got. There we go. So something like that, yeah. Yeah, I think like the BattleTech map is kind of like for a game that I want to have factions and like playable like players working within them. I do think the BattleTech map's got like a good. It just basically being a pie-shaped thing is actually just like really, really nice for that. Gotta restart the music. I think it sells exactly. Do we need? I don't know. Do we need more for the moths? They were sort of the first ones, so they kind of got the lightest touch. Well, not only are they easy to world build, I think if we wanted to do like a territory claiming thing, like if I wanted to abstract that and like I make a graphic on who controls what territory after so many games, I believe that just like having the pie chart shift around would really, really sell that. I don't know. I think the moths. as much as I would like to maybe give more info for the alien moths, I think they kind of got a good setup. I think keeping them lighter on like hard details might even be better. Like to the point where they're kind of like reclusive weirdos, but they still want to have their own stuff. Make them into samurai. I mean, I kind of want any faction to have the option of samurai. I kind of want to lean more in the like for the moths particularly though. They're kind of like they are the obligatory alien faction, but I also think that's because like there is like a certain appeal to having like these are the really weird angular designs. Like legitimately, the alien moth faction might have the horse mechs. Like if we want to do like a corp, like these guys might straight up have the Horus ones. Which is very funny because there is one that faction is being led by NHP, and that one is not the one that probably has the most Horus stuff like that. Oh, this is actually something cool too. So we were talking about what to do with GMS because the Union owns them. I think actually making GMS mechs I think having the GMS, like the generic mechs are just kind of like merc mechs. Like you get the generic stuff. Everybody's got their equivalent of like the generic weapons and stuff like that, but like if you see an Everest, people are like, no, that guy's a mercenary. That guy's absolutely fucking mercenary. Never Under the World, somebody wanted to do. Yeah, I don't know how many like I think I basically said earlier I don't have a set scale size, which to be fair, you came in late. Not late. You just didn't hear this information yet. I want it to be basically where capturing a planet is like a relatively big deal, and several planets being captured is like a major setback. So I'll need to figure out how that translates into like space territory kind of thing. Something like that, yeah. Okay, I mean, other than naming these, I'm pretty happy with the way the factions have turned out. And like I imagine for like mission wise, the moths are gonna be like so Lancer, the base setting does have what's called blink gates, which would work for that. The thing about blink gates is I don't want to make this revamped setting too big, if that makes any sense. I don't want this to be too big. The funny thing is I could actually technically make this well. I guess the moths being a little like coming from Earth be kind of weird. Like if I really needed to cope hard, I could do that. Like, no, this is very far in space and nobody knows where the real Lancer setting's at, but nah, I'm probably gonna do it as its own thing. I would rather fully sever it from the original Lancer setting other than some ideas I like to pilfer. But yeah, I think I'm gonna keep the known galaxy fairly small. I want it to be. I need to think of like some media that would be good. Kind of like actually even. I know early Gundam is very focused on the solar system. I have to imagine once you get into later Gundams, there's probably more nearby planetary systems and whatnot. I think I'm very behind on Gundam lore stuff. I imagine eventually in Gundam you probably do move out of like the solar system. Am I correct in saying that? Gundam people, please feel to correct me on that one. Really? I'm kind of surprised by that, actually. Because, like, that's something that does kind of make the stakes a lot higher, though. Okay, maybe the Macross would be a good basis, then. Okay. That's good to know. I kind of assumed at some point they would go out deeper, but I kind of like that they don't. We got the faction. I think of what else we need. We got factions. We got a rough idea for how big the setting. We got a rough idea what we want to do with the currency. We're keeping NHPs. The PCs are probably we got a good idea for what PCs are doing. They're basically going to be mercs unless at some point they decide to specifically align with a faction, and then they might show up. I could legitimately do a thing too where like if you align with a faction or. What I'm effectively wanting to say is this might be a clusterfuck, but I really want to see a PC versus PC Lancer fight. I think that would be rad as shit. Just two full, like, squads of Lancers duking it out. I think that could be real spicy. Oh yeah, there's like a couple, there's like 8th MS team takes place, I think entirely on Earth, I think. Something like that. Yeah, we're still, I think the thing is we're still kind of wishy-washy on what viewers will be doing. Whether I want you all just to be a mercenary pilot or just doing the bounty system. I don't know. That I might need to figure out on. Because it depends on like, do I want all of you to be one like coherent faction? Like do I want every viewer to be part of effectively the same alliance? Or would I rather be like, okay, you show up for my stream, and every stream you have a redeem. That it's like, give a faction, a specific faction, a point of like a faction point. Well, just gonna say like a really nebulous. Actually, this might even be like a good new page to worry about. Because like setting stuff, I got a foundation. If I want to elaborate that further, I could. Let's say viewer interaction. I think this is where we're gonna hash this out. This is where we're gonna hash these ideas out. So I'm gonna say let's see, like a passive interaction. I also want something too, like I've ran a couple of games for viewers before, and it does seem to like some people just kind of want to chill and vibe at the stream and they don't want to get super involved. So I'm trying to find a way that like they will have a way to influence things without them having to like directly participate. And that's where I'm kind of thinking into this like faction point system. So it's like X channel points once per stream will convert into like a faction point. And let's say faction can be spent to maybe like reinforce a planet. Maybe like rebuild a planet, something like that. Maybe like fund a bounty mission, something like that. You can choose this and shit. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. So like, let's say there's like a scenario where the moth people and the cult people are getting into a big fight. Yeah, that's a thought, Rufus. I also really need to figure out. I need to figure out a YouTube system. I need to figure out a YouTube system for this as well. I think I could do channel point redeems in not channel point. I think I could just do like a once per stream command on the YouTube side that would mimic a Twitch channel point side as an option. Yeah, I want because like this is something that I have been struggling with for a while. It's just like what's the perfect level of interaction for players, for viewers, for tabletop RPG? Because if I run them, what I have noticed, and this is not like a bad thing. This is just what I have noticed. As it goes on, the kind of people who are playing the character kind of eventually die down and kind of goes to like 1 or 2, and it takes some level of prodding to get an action out. And some of that might just be, there's a couple of like thoughts I have about that. It's like maybe when somebody feels that like another viewer has taken the reins, they don't want to interfere. Or they just, a lot of people like to lurk or just like watch the stream passively. Like they are like, I'm a guy that paints minis on stream. People like to watch me when they paint minis. And that's valid. You can't really, sometimes you can't really talk when your hands have like a brush in them, you know? So I think having a passive interaction system at the bare minimum sounds good. But I also get people who are like, man, Hal, I wish I was a VTuber so I could play in your games. And I don't want that to necessarily be true. I'm on board for people becoming VTubers, but I want them to be VTubers because they're passionate about it, and that's the thing they're really into the idea of, and not just because they're missing out on fun games. So maybe the thing to start out with is if I try this passive system. So like let's say we could use that to like just rebuild and reinforce is basically the same idea. Just because they boost. So you like boost a planet. And let's give like planet stats. So maybe plants will have like a HP. Well, let's just say plants just have like a HP. Say successful enemy missions lower the planet HP. Okay, so that would make sense. And then boosting can heal this at diminishing return. So basically the idea would be like, hey, this, like, imagine a planet's being sieged from a faction. People who like that faction can donate channel points or use the redeems on the YouTube side to get points to put into that thing. And maybe I could even have something like, let's say like start at maybe like 10 FP for 1 HP. Something like that. This is we are now past homebrewing a setting, which I think this is enough. Legitimately, this is enough to get me going. So this is why I'm kind of talking about, like, I can do that on my own. I still want to maybe like talk about some more stuff, but this is where I want you guys, since you are viewers, your input, because this is going to be important. So find some way to heal a planet by spending these faction points that viewers generate. And I also might do like let me see. Oh god, no, hold on. There we go. I like that. There we go. I also maybe want to have like a weekly update, maybe like during the Sunday stream. So that way I could be like here's the factions, here's the faction map, here's their standing points. Handing. Here's a big event. This is the thing with this Lancer West Marches. I don't know how often I will run it. Like, I don't know what's the amount where it become obnoxious. Like, maybe every other week would potentially be nice. I'll have to see, because I do need to balance this out with like changeling and stuff like that. But every week, every other week, every 2 weeks, something like that. That'll come later. So like I'll do those like kind of updates too, so people have a general idea of like how those are getting ran. I also might want to put together like a little lore video or just like a stream or something like that. Like some way that everybody can get jumped up to speed on what each faction does. I think this is good. I think this is a good foundation for a new system. I wish YouTube had channel points. I just wish YouTube. I do know something will happen when I get monetized. I don't know exactly what monetization is going to look like for extra features. I'm getting there, actually. I'm not too far off. So what do I need for that? Yeah, I'm 15 more subscribers and maybe about a third of the way in public view hours, which really means I just need to make more pre-recorded content to kind of like catch that up. So I don't know what extra features that gives me for this kind of thing. I don't think I'm still going to get that much, but I think that's going to be a potential option to maybe boost that. If not, I can use like Sammy and other maybe mix it up even. There's ways. I think there's ways I can make it work so that YouTube people don't get totally shafted by this plan. But I would like to still have like maybe an active interaction. There we go. Oh, Matthew on the YouTube side. The thing I'm iffy about super chats though is like I don't want to make a monetary component for this, I guess. I don't want the YouTube people have to be like, I would like 1 faction point, please. I must spend $1 to support my faction. I'm sure that'd be great financially for me, but no, that feels bad. Okay, so let's see. 3. Yeah, exactly. I want my streams to be free to play. Yeah, I don't know. I think the closest thing to that, I don't have a set idea yet. I do. So my birthday is coming up in August, and I have not done one of these fancy VTuber birthday subathon things or donathons or whatever, but I was thinking that might be fun to do so I could fund me because like once I get the upgraded camera lens, then my setup is complete. I have maximized the mini painting stage. But camera lens expensive, so I might do a little thingy for that. That might be a fun little thingy I do. But happy birthday, thank you. It's not. I mean, it's still got a while. I still got a month and a half at this point before I become even older somehow. Wow, I'm gonna be 34 years old. Yippee. I need to figure out how to do that though. This is gonna sound weird because like, I don't know. I want to make sure if I do a thing, it will be worth everyone's time. As in, like, I don't know if I'm going to do like chat writes my tweet. Hal plays Tau Fireword till completion. That'd be fun. There we go. Just play games that make me sad. $1,000 redeem. I run D&D 5th edition and weep. No. Anyway. Enough about that fucking tangent. Gilf, yes, it's me. It's me, Halbernut the Mimic Gilf, the sexiest Gilf who ever olded. What I would like to do a active interaction, aka players are a Lancer, like viewers are a Lancer pilot. Let's see, Lancer pilot, thinking something like that. Viewers are a Lancer pilot, and I think if I wanted to do it, it would be like this, maybe like NHP, unshackled, pretending to be like a cyborg guy. So that way you would have a mostly humanoid body. People would be like, "Oh man, your face must have got fucked up. You have very heavy prosthetics." You'd be like, "Yes, totally. I got fucked up real bad." Not that NHPs and like even android cyborgs in this game have like that level of like, "I have been bionicized. I only talk like this. Error." But you get the gist. You get the gist. I'm curious if I would want to do like. There we go. What did I miss? Oh, I've kind of like nailed down how I want to do all the factions. We got a neutral merc mini faction. We got a cult imperialistic pantheon based faction. Eco-terrorist high-tech NHP faction, a backwards nobility blue-collar kind of like Bretonian-esque faction, a pirate spy kind of upstart civilization faction, and a alien moth faction. And now I'm basically kind of hashing out some ideas of how to do a couple of like it's like I would like to run Lancer for viewers where the viewers every now and then are a Lancer pilot. Now, whether I want to do like the options would be there's a couple of different ways I could go about doing this. We could do like a solo session. Viewers are effectively in 5 bodies. There'd effectively be 5 bodies. Each have different skill loadouts. I think they're called triggers in Lancer, but they're effectively skills. Something like that. That's an option. Or another option to be like, say, play when let's see. Maybe like play alongside the Vtuber sessions. Maybe like use highlight / channel point redeem thing to vocalize and maybe play along. So effectively, like you would get to play with the VTubers with the unshackled AI body, and I need to find some way to kind of like handle the commands for that. I need to make it in a way that like somebody wouldn't just roll in and just be like, and I punched the other pilot. Like I wouldn't want to do. I need that. That's the tricky thing where I think that would have the easiest time slotting in and would feel very natural. But I need to effectively make it so that the person who is playing along, or the collective people who are playing along, would be able to do it correct. You know. Did I wave the GM? Yeah. It's like not that I'm like no fun allowed, zero tomfoolery in my streams, but I don't want to have like the random equivalent of like I stabbed the king within Lancer. So I think that would be an option. I guess I could just assume a heavy veto. Let's see, maybe like subject to GM vetoing. So something like that. I punched, roll a punch the other pilot. No! Yeah, that's also a potential option, yeah. I guess the other option too is like I have like what's it called? Or I could even do very specific emotes. Hold on. Like I could do a thing that's like you hit that, like there's a redeem. It's on, all the redeems are set to the same cooldown. But depending on what redeem you do, it creates like a yes, no, I don't know. Like just like a set couple of words. It's like a fucking like one of those like animal books. Like the cow goes, "Brr." Like the equivalent of that. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. If it's because it's like if it's a thing where if it's just the viewers goofing off, that's not a big deal. yeah, that's also another thing too. Like the viewers are in control, and some jokes just like I activate my mechs, I overheat my mech's reactor. It's time to nuclear radiate. Oh, that's a good ass question. This is a good question. I think we should even go back. Hold on. So real quick, solo session. Maybe with like one PC controlled by viewers. Also, a red brick. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. How you doing? You're hashing out some ideas for a Lancer West Marches by the viewers, and the rest are like VN NPCs. So effectively, that would be like running Lancer as like a VN, where like there's interactable NPC pilots that they would do things, but you would only have like one body, one character doing one thing. It would be one mech, and depending on like who you wanted in your squad or like other mercs you would interact with. I think that could also potentially work. I think maybe even compared to the one where you have 5 bodies and 5 mechs, this lowers the cognitive load a lot more. Everybody can just like knows what one mech does. Just usually have a pretty simple-ish like loadout, something like that. But this is what's it called? This has made me think of something. We gotta go back to the plan because there's something I think we need to think about. 2 things actually. 3D printers and clones. So these sound random if you don't know much about Lancer. You're like, this is a mech game, Hal. What are you talking about 3D printers? Basically, everything in Lancer is predicated on the idea that there are 3D printers that print more or less anything. If you live in Union space, how you doing, Sasha? How you doing? Welcome. I am planning the Lancer West Marches stuff. Like I've been like making up some factions. Right now, we're trying to figure out what to do with 3D printers and clones. Within the game. How you doing? So, everything can be printed by 3D printers, more or less. 3D print the self daily card. I can do that. I would like to have a physical 3D printable daily elf card. That would be fun. So how are you doing, Third Leg Jim? Oh no, how did you get hurt? How are you holding up? Like, ouchie, do you got like a boo-boo, or you like broke your leg? Either way, that's both unfortunate. Hopefully you're not too hurt. So, I guess to a certain degree, I'm okay with 3D printers. I think it's mostly it's not even, I guess, even 3D printers. 3D printers is just like really like how long should it take to do? Let's see. See, for me, it's not even the 3D shopping excursion. I think it's just because like if a mech gets destroyed, you want to bring it back. Which on one hand, I get it from a gameplay perspective, but also it does kind of make the mechs feel kind of that kind of ouchie. Oh no, that's a huge pain. Do you still got money left? Because otherwise, I feel like your wallet just got taken out behind the shed. My condolences. Hang in there, yo. Hang in there. But yeah, I guess I'm thinking that maybe what we will do. Okay, you're not totally broke. Okay, that's good. It's still bad, but But like, if sometimes I've seen stuff happen where they're like, oh yeah, all my bills magically came in at the same time, and now I'm like overdrafted like $500, and thus my credit's destroyed, and I have no money, and the bank is charging. That's the fun thing about having no money. If you have no money, the bank will charge you more money for having no money. It's really rough. How you doing, Orange Barbarian? Welcome. How you doing? We be doing some Lancer prep. So I'm thinking maybe change 3D printers to more low-tech building, but otherwise function okay. Oh yes, we had a bunch of people come in. So let me give everyone the rundown. So effectively, what I've been doing tonight is I want to run a Lancer West Marches with a predominantly VTuber cast, but also some ways for viewers to interact with it. In order to do that, I have scrapped the default Lancer setting. So like the Union's gone. This takes place in like its own unique setting, but there's no real direct ties to it, other than a couple of things I've carried over, like NHPs being a thing and whatnot. I have created a series of factions that will be kind of tenuously at war with each other, so players as mercs can be sent on contract missions between these factions. This is separate from the corps, which operate within each faction, but some might have like a stronger influence than the others. So we got like a mini faction of the corporations and the mercs. We have a faction of religious imperialists that worship a pantheon that's kind of done survival of the fittest style. They claim territory in the name of their hyper-specific gods, and the more territory a god has, the more likely it'll end up in the pantheon, which is sort of like the real, true, cool canon gods. And they are very, very big on, like, they're pretty cool if you play ball with them, otherwise get the fuck out. We have a eco-terrorist NHP high-tech faction, where they believe humanity continues to destroy the natural beauty of the universe. So the best way to do that is to kill everybody and then terraform the planet back into being nicer looking. Depending on who you're talking to within the faction, if they're more human, they might be light touch, or if you're more in line with the NHP, they are very much like kill, maim, burn, plant trees in the ashes, regrow trees, pretty nature. We have a kind of Brett-style nobility faction that's all about like honor and combat. I got a weird bit of lag there, but also they have like a very strong like serf/blue collar miner kind of underbelly that is kind of handling like this is where they get their resources from, and this is why they have a lot of stuff. I do like the eco-terror. I think high-tech eco-terrorism is a really fun concept. It's like they're kind of disparate concepts, but it's neat when they work together. Then we got a kind of pirate spy faction that some of them are reformed criminals trying to like make this little stretch of asteroid fields into a proper country. Others just want to be pirates. A lot of them are spies in other nations because that's kind of how they find targets to raid. In media, nice save. That's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, let's drop the nuclear reactor on them to fuck them up. I mean, that Final Fantasy 7 was pretty sweet. Fun game. Controversial opinion, Final Fantasy 7, pretty cool. And then we have a alien moth faction. These are the only aliens in the setting. We're kind of doing the idea that like humans in this don't know where Earth is because they were seeded by like colony pods. And at one point just lost Earth and forgot about Earth entirely. The moths are aliens from Earth that have been looking for the precursors forever, have found them, and are trying to figure out what the fuck to do with all this. Maybe they know some stuff the humans don't know. They've been bringing a couple of humans into their fold and also doing a little bit of like light genetic augmentation on them. Willing genetic augmentation to kind of like make them a bit more alien-y and mysterious and whatnot. And they're kind of looking for progenitor tech and whatnot that's just kind of lost. And those are kind of the factions I got so far. Something, you'll see the fucking Battletech, Mech Warrior, big planetary grid. This has been a strong influence where it's like, The factions are very distinct, can be summed up in a sentence or two, have a strong color and design associated with them. Something that is very easy to sell to a new player, and they could be like, okay, here we go. I can read this and understand this. As opposed to Lancer's current setting, which is neat, but is very hard to run mech games within. And also requires a lot of reading if you really want to get a good gist of what's going down. How you doing, Dilgessa? Nice. Oh, that was a beautiful snap. Oh, I haven't had a snap that good in a hot minute. How you doing? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And then besides that, I'm kind of, that's it, harshing. Are there trains in our setting? There's trains everywhere, yo. I've done running hyper. You gotta run Hypermall? Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. There's a couple of games that I met to run. I know, I got a copy of Hypermall because Minky was like, hell, you should run Hypermall. And I was like, okay, give me some players for it. And it just didn't happen. Same thing with the Uma Musume TRPG. I think right now, though, I could probably go to a bunch of people and be like, yo, horse? You want to play horse game? And because of the new, not the new gacha, the recently translated into English gacha, they would be like, yes. Yes, I would like to play a horse game. System builder to make it easier. I can see that being nice. I can see that being pretty nice. That's kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of making a sandboxy thing. I'm basically making a setting where mission-based West Marches style gameplay would kind of flow a lot easier. It's a Dojin one that I think has gotten some light translations out there. I don't know where you would get those these days. Now, clowns are extinct, but Miku is canon. Listen, I wrote down Miku is still canon. Oh, it's effectively what I mean by Dojin. It's not, a lot of people associate Dojins with pornography. It's not, Dojin is just like a fan work. A lot of fan works happen to be pornography, but not all of it. There's like Dojin music and like if you've ever listened to like Akatsuki Records, like Stack or like, what's another one? The ones who do the Bossa Nova stuff. Shibayan Records. Like those are like, there's a lot of Toho like fan games and music and stuff like that. Stuff like that, yeah. Look like we got some ad stuff. There we go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, there is that Toho one that's happening too. Yeah, that's the kind of thing we're trying to prevent. Like there's like the cradle stuff, like there's like the union gets so much fucking stuff. The thing that bothers me, I can't find it in the book again. There's a lot of Toho ones, to be fair. I don't even know. But there was one that apparently I think has going to have like a little bit of that. Which is always porn. No, a lot of things aren't porn that are dojins. But what am I thinking of? There was a mention in the Lancer core book. I cannot remember their name, but there's like a page of like, hey, because like the baronies kind of split off from the Union many, many years ago. But they basically said like, hey, there's another faction that split off from them. And they're antagonistic to the Union. I'm like, oh shit, tension, let's go. And then when you read about it, they mostly talk about how everyone there is like pretty cool and they have some like really nice looking, like a very nice looking planet. And I'm just like, you motherfucker. Why did you write this in the book? This is useless information. I wish I could remember the name of it. They mention this, and like the whole time I'm like, Onyx. I think it's the Onyx, yeah. I think they have a page. They have the Onyx Ascendancy. There we go. And some of that might just be kind of the lore for them might be mixed up in some of the other bits of the book. But I do remember reading that, and I was like, man, this is unfortunate. Like I really wish they gave me more of a reason to give a shit about them. I actually think that the Barons are actually a cool idea. I do believe I bought the Baron book. I got that kicking around somewhere. I think it's really, really cool. I think there's actually like a lot of neat ideas and tension and stuff in there that is entirely missing from Core Lancer. And I'm like, what the fuck? It's neat. It's neat. And then they include that in a book you have to pay extra for. Like I pay for TRPG books. I like me TRPG books, but still, I think that's fucked up. And for other things too, for people coming in, I have been. Also, Steve, have yourself a good night and take it easy. Oh yeah. Best of luck on your glue drying. May all of your glue dry hard and not be visible from the outside. Hell yeah. But I also kind of put together a little idea, like effectively the idea of a passive interaction system for viewers where you could spend points, channel points, or like once per day activations on YouTube in order to give the different factions maybe some points that they could be spend to like post missions or like heal up damaged planets, like reinforce them with new allies, stuff like that. Kind of a thing, yeah. Something like that. So a way to influence the course of how this West Marches goes down. My idea for this would be to kind of run it like a 4X, where like, I don't want to say that I would stop it when there is an objective winner, but maybe I would reach a point where it's like, yeah, if one gets like maybe, I don't know, 2/3 control of the galaxy, you win, or like I wrap that one up or something like that. I don't know. I would need to figure out like, I guess that would be kind of depending on like, do I want to keep running these as a series of fun missions forever, or do I want to have a stopping point? But what we were gonna talk about, something I need to figure out, are clones. Yeah, suing for peace or something like that too. That would be an option. Clones. In Lancer, clones exist, and I think clones mostly exist so that, like, if a player dies, they don't have to because, like, making a Lancer character is both incredibly easy and incredibly difficult. On one hand, there's a lot of tools that you can use now, like, I mean, ComCon, and there's like a lot of stuff even within like Foundry to kind of like guide a lot of that. I guess you're still probably doing the vast majority of it in Foundry. Yeah. Like when you die, there's like little quirks and stuff. But yeah, my thought was, and this is something we're gonna need to figure out too. Or like, if this is a West Marches, we need to figure out how to handle a really strong PC. Like, let's say, what do we do if a PC gets too strong? Because players are going to effectively level up at, are going to level up at different intervals. And like, one option I think potentially is, I think we're even going to make this a bullet point. We can maybe like a level up, like kind of like exponential curve. So we basically make like early levels cheap. Later license levels require multiple missions. And I'm debating the thing about the clones. It's like, I guess it's not a bad idea to keep clones around. But I do wonder if we could implement a penalty. Like a license level penalty if they have to bring you back. So that way, if like a player did become like a super strong elite hyper pilot, there might be some incentive. I guess it kind of turns into a weird thing where like maybe everyone focuses fire to fucking hotshot. But that's also kind of fun at the same time. You're like, yeah, I'm so dangerous, an entire squad of newbies is coming after my ass. And I still think maybe like high license level mechs might still be able to. They are expensive, but also because like we're still kind of waving around money. Like that could be a thing too that like maybe. Okay, so here's some ideas. Here's some ideas that we could maybe do. Idea 1. One of them would be clones as rewards for bounties. Like you cannot like let's say we make clones so expensive that the only way, what's it called? How you doing, Wise? How you doing? Welcome. Get a player's track radar the system. I think the way I'm gonna do it is like a lot of the traveling are gonna be kind of hand waved a little bit, at least a little bit with that. I think if we could just make it so that like you have to earn clone points. That could easily be a thing. Like I'm sitting on a 6-pack of clones. I'm ready to do this dangerous mission. The other option though is like maybe it's like I think when you die and you become a clone, I don't think your license level goes down. But I do wonder if we do maybe we do like infinite clones. Maybe like a license level decrease. Maybe like minimum. Let's see. Maybe license decrease past level 4. There we go. We might play into that then. I think because like so when I run Lancer, I start everybody at license level 2 because I think like it means we don't have to bank the level. Okay, that's also another option actually. And what kind of slow the process down is somebody wants to put all their points into like, I'm just going to level up with every mission, fuck you all. And then they die. Then they're like, well, I guess I'm back to level 0. But then if you just have like a level in the bank, I'll have to think about that. That could be another option. I might still do a thing though. I still might cap it. So it's like, you cannot go below, level. Like I still, yeah. That's basically what I do. I've done license level 2. You get access to your signature weapon for the mech. You get access to your signature mech. Usually once you hit like license level 3 is when you get like, I believe that's when you get core bonuses and other stuff like that. Which at least for a one shot, that's like not, they're cool features, mind you. We could just say that they've been like, maybe keep the license level, but like lock off certain things. I don't know. This is kind of why I'm bringing it up because like, if I want to run this like a war scenario, and where the PCs like, even though ostensibly starting out that they might be mercs, some of them might actually be like, no, I like this faction. I'm gonna go exclusive to them. Kind of like in like some of the like, I think in Mech Warrior you could even like basically just run missions for one country. You're like, this country's my shit and I love them and I'm going to keep supporting them. And people who might not like that country might want to get you to kind of stop. However, if you do hit like license level 12, that means every single mission that you have the opportunity to intervene, you might have to deal with a license level 12. And some of that might be, if we want to go back to the viewer interaction, we might need to legitimately use like the faction points to maybe like deploy a PC. So if it's like, okay, there's a war zone on this planet and like the other PC is kind of far away, they might spend faction points to like get them there quicker, something like that. That could work. Maybe in that case. I have a scratch notes tab that I've done absolutely nothing with. This GM thinks I do. Bullet points! Yeah, I mean, I thought I was going to need to elaborate more on that. This stream has been like bullet point, the stream. Thank you all for coming to watching me put bullet points on a big old thing of bullet points so I can bullet point why bullet point. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I am using Obsidian, yes. I am bad at Obsidian. Effectively when I say bad, as in I have not used the really cool features in a while. So I have not gotten like, I know you can do like the cool interlinking and whatnot, but I'm very rusty on it. So I mostly just use it as a nice thing. I do have on my personal, so I have a VTuber / personal specific Obsidian Vault, which I'm not showing right now. I don't think there's anything like doxworthy in there, but I just keep it separate just because, you know, it's just nice for organization. I have like a little VTuber Kanban in there where I can like have little slidey tabs. No, I'm not ending. I was making jokes. I probably will be ending in like 20 minutes because I hit about the usual 4-hour mark. But no, I'm still going for at least a little bit longer. Do not worry, it's just some troglodyte. Let's see. There we go. I'm glad that this is the top tier absolute fucking nerd bullshit content. I do appreciate that. Yeah, we could give a. Oh, if we wanted to go really wild. If we wanted to go really wild, what if we gave the moths cloning? What if we give the moth people cloning? Like, we just make it so cloning is like a really weird tech. Which would make sense because they're already doing light genetic augmentation anyway. So if it's like, maybe if you piss off the moths, you just lose access to cloning. Or like, you might be able to get some points with that. I think that'd be a good idea. I think I have another idea too. Okay, here, I have an idea. I think I figured out what I want to do. Have control of cloning. Say other factions have it, but at worse rates. Well, no, here's what I'm thinking. So I'm actually thinking an entirely new idea for how clones are priced. Let's see. Dead PCs can be cloned by spending faction points depending on the license level. I think this works out good. So let's say LL4 and under. Let's say less than or equal to 4. Pretty cheap. Like, pretty cheap. Let's see, then we do like license level greater than 4. Aggressively more expensive. There we go, expensive. And then moths get a faction point discount. So there we go. So this way players won't have to like write down stuff on their sheets. Like they won't have to like remove anything or whatever. Something like that. They either rebuild the bodies, or I imagine at this point enough factions have like stolen or like purchased the moth tech. So like everyone else has got like a little jank cloning station, maybe. But the moths can, because that's their thing, they can do it much, much cheaper. I think that would work. There we go. Yeah, legally. Like, this is why the pirates are still around. Maybe the pirates got some people some moth tech, you know? Or maybe the cloning is like old progenitor human tech, and it's not exclusive to the moths, but because the moths are like human descended aliens, they had access to that the whole time, you know? Yeah, something like that. I think like a point decrease or like a time increase for other factions. Either one of those two, I think that works. So that way, so like, let's say you do have like the big dick, like I am a PC, I am license level 12. Sometimes I get deployed by myself to stop an invasion. Like I am a legendary pilot. And then say a gaggle of goobers get sent against them. Like we're talking about like maybe like 10, 15 license level 4 mechs. Are they likely to win? I don't know how the math stacks up. I imagine it's probably possible to swarm tactics a high license level mech, but I imagine it's exceedingly difficult. I imagine it's extremely difficult. But let's say they do that. Yeah, the grunt wave eventually washes over to license level 12 mech, blows it up, and kills the pilot. So, the player... Hell yeah. That also might legitimately be a thing where, like, order a nuclear detonation on your own planet to kill, what's it called? How you doing, Benjamin? Oh, no, this is player character PvP. I'm doing a West Marches that's probably going to have some inter-faction warfare. I fully expect that there's going to be some player character PvP at some point. I don't know how often I'm going to make it a thing, but I do think the idea of having a whole player character PvP fight would be a fun stream, if I'm going to be honest. I think that would be a neat stream to watch, right? So at that point, let's say they kill the mech, and it's going to take a lot of points to bring them back. So either like, is it worth draining an entire faction point reserve to bring back a legendary pilot? Or would we just, like, in the meantime, have a backup character you could run and just be like, hey, everybody, please. Just like the fucking VTuber person, just like, please. Just go to House Stream and redeem some points. I swear to God, we need it. We need this bad. Like, on one thing, like, I think if people get people to come into my streams to feel the warfare, I consider that a victory. I think that's fun. I think that's neat. You get some like charismatic leadership figureheads in that. I think that'd be cool. Okay, I think that's the best of both worlds. I think this works out great. There is a penalty for death. It's not permanent, but it is a major resource drain. And that players don't have to like... They don't have to like decrease their license level stuff. Yeah, kind of like an EVE Online thing. Thank you for that. Why are my headpats not working anymore? This is fucked up. It's okay, I got a headpat redeem. I got it. Yeah, kind of like EVE Online Warfare, exactly. 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 I recommend against doing that because the system. I'm sure it's unbalanced as fuck. I'm probably aware. Like I said, I don't think this is going to be a PvP thing all the time. I just want to kind of do it as like a big galactic like 4X game where like I imagine a lot of it is going to be doing missions for factions where the PCs don't interact, and that will kind of balance the combat. However, if the viewers redeem a bunch of points to deploy a PC, you know, yeah, I think it's one of those things. If everybody knows it's broken, it's fine. I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure there are meta PvP builds for Lancer that will trivialize shit. I'm okay with doing hot fixes on the fly. I think that'll be fine. Okay, so we got clones and dead PCs set up. So like if you're license level 4 or below, it's not going to be that expensive / slow to revive you. But the moths can do it quicker. If you're higher than that, things will begin to cost more. I think that's a good idea. Let's see. What other little Lancer aspects would I want to redo for this? So we wrote the Union out. We're no longer having to set your game at the very edges of space if you want Lancer to be fun. We don't do that. You could deploy in space now. There's like a couple of things of like faction names that we could do that. I don't know. Do we want to do names now? Effectively, what I'm doing for money, it's odd. I like that Lancer's just like money doesn't matter for PCs, whatever. That never really bothered me. The bother thing is kind of how it's like, oh yeah, on most planets money is useless because Union, but also money isn't useless, but resources are fine, except pirates? Like, I kind of wish it just stuck to it. I wish it stuck to something, and I know it's to make Union space look really cool and make everything else look really shitty, but I think I am just going to make it so that, like, money exists, and money is tied to, like, your license level. So, like, if you want your PC to live the good life, you just do a lot of missions, you know? Yeah. I don't know. At least a core book, this is also another thing to, like, probably need to read more to Baronies to figure out how they handle money. I probably will do a lot of Lancer reading for this. It's like, I do think some of the other books got some right ideas with it. I think that it's like the little bits I've read of the Trade Barony book. I mean, I've not read all of it. It's just been a hot minute. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of galaxies not Union. Anyway, I still feel the fact that I have to make qualifiers for that is very awkward. So this is fine. So yeah, money exists. PCs will have it in a very general sense based on their license level, and then that'll be it. Let's see, we got corporations, we got NHPs, we got... Is there any other setting concept I need to figure out if I want to, like, slash and burn or keep it? Let's see. Got to go to Exalted. So I am I have played Exalted Second Edition, and Benjamin, you're going to have to explain that, because like, when I don't think economy when I think Exalted. I don't doubt you. I'm just curious what was good about it, because I mostly spend my time in Exalted, using a fucking extendable bamboo staff as a propeller blade and stealing poison from out of people's bodies in order to cure them. I remember the fucking like wushu nonsense and not like the economy. Maybe one of these days I'll play Rain. For people who do not know, Exalted is a incredibly high fantasy kind of like cultivator wushu game made by White Wolf, where you are assuming the core book, you are the blessed children of the unconquered sun. Like you are his exalted. You are stronger than basically everybody, though in the past you were hunted to extinction and all your reincarnating souls were locked in a magical fun box where they could never be touched. Let's see, there we go. You can do all kinds of bullshit. You can leap over mountains. You can like make a human out of nothing if you are in like the right spots of like the setting. Oh god, you can punch. Oh, Exalted is a very fun system, but is also like, I remember having to use a third-party tool to manage a character sheet because dear god, is that like wild as shit. Rain, I understand, is a lot more like sanely put together. I do also Benjamin, I do own a copy of Exalted. I played Exalted 2nd Edition. I own a copy of 3rd Edition. The problem is, I have not sat down to read it, because that book, no longer behind me because I moved, all my books are now in my bedroom. That book is insane. It is about as thick as the Bible, but the full, like, you know, like when I say the Bible's a thick book, but it's like a small size book. It's thick, but the pages aren't big. Exalted is about that thick, but it's about the size of your typical, like, D&D book. When I say D&D book, you understand the dimensions, like maybe like 11 inches by like, I don't know, however many. It's a big book. Exalted's both. I can seriously injure someone by smacking him upside the head with the Exalted book. Yeah, and Exalted is like that, but full-size pages and not fucking like tiny little ones. It's wild as shit. It's wild as fuck. But yeah, no, honestly though, in this, a lot of this I feel like is going to be less currency and more faction points, if that makes any sense. Oh god, hold on. What if I can find a fit? Let's see. Exalted 3rd Edition book. I'm gonna see if I can see like a side picture of the Exalted 3rd Edition book. Oh baby, let's fucking go. Okay. Luckily the second image is someone taking a picture from the side, which is nice. Did somebody make a Pathfinder 2e combo book? That sounds... Why would you do that? That would be so super hard to read just due to size. Look at this fucking chunky book. Look at this thick ass book. I was lucky. I was lucky to get a copy of it for like $70 used. It is a book. It is a big... I don't know much about the system because I haven't sat down to read it, because this is like fucking world, like the most book. Oh yeah, no. I think I brought on stream once, and I think that was the same response. Like, damn boy, she's thick. I collect TRPG books, so I had to get a copy of it. But it is so large that I am not like. Exalted 2nd Edition was already a lot of book. Like, it was a lot to take in. It's like, it was a very, like, there are certain games that I would consider to be advanced for, like, advanced players. Like, I don't know how many of those I would say, but I think Exalted, I would not make Exalted 2e someone's first system. If you do that, you are being very mean. Or the person you're playing with is, like, really on board. Like, they are good to go. Like, some people do read a setting or a system and be like, no, this is my jam. I don't care how complicated it is. This is my shit. But yeah, otherwise no. I very much doubt I will ever run Exalted 3rd Edition. I actually, not to mention it though, Benjamin, I think I do remember a very elaborate economy section. I just don't think it's stuck in my brain as much compared to the whiz-bang feeling of all the shit you could do with Solar Exalted Charms, because boy howdy, you could do a lot of stuff like that. Ooh, complexity. Oh god. Dungeons & Dragoning was a lot. I ran Dungeons & Dragoning on stream. It was a pretty fun game for like the crossover standpoint, and the system is neat, and that the I think it was like Lawful Stupid, I think was the name of the person. It was like, who did Dungeons & Dragons? Dungeons & Dragoning. Someone with a name. I forget their exact name. There we go. I could find. Did they change the wiki? Lawful Nice. Sorry, I'm sorry calling them Lawful Stupid. Lawful Nice. Yeah, I mean, they had like a funny title. They weren't just called like Derek Benjamin or something like that. It was Lawful Nice. That system was very neat from an idea, but goddamn was it broken. Like, I played it with a couple of people. Two of them were LMK1 and Kongo Kokoretsu. Both of them were seasoned TRPG fans. They figured out that if you pump Dex, I literally could not hit them with a Great and Cling one. Now, is it distinctly possible that there were things within the system that would let you deal with that? Yes. Running it as a one-shot, did I know what those were? No. The players had fun. I literally could not touch two of them in combat. L only killed himself by rolling on wild magic and happened to get the one that you unlimited blade works and then explode. Which was fun, but like that's the only way they went down. But yeah, that was kind of the most, I don't know, other combat systems aren't too bad. I mean, I'm gonna bar, like, what's it? It's like Phoenix Command? I think it's Phoenix Command. Like, let's see. Yeah, Phoenix Command is an incredibly hyper-realistic military RPG from the 80s. Like, Phoenix Command's one of those games that, like, I joke about, like, Shadowrun is gun porn to a certain degree. You look at all the cool fancy sci-fi guns and you're like, ooh, neat, I take this gun and this attachment, and then I have the shaman enchant it, and then I buy, and then I link it to my cybernetics so I get an additional bonus. That's fun. From what I understand, Phoenix Command is taking into account like the direction and strength of the wind when firing a bullet to determine if it hit, where it hit, how much damage it dealt, what kind of damage it dealt, like what kind of injuries the person will suffer from, how long the injuries. It is like, I think it's one of those types of RPGs that explicitly is just like a board game with a lot of extra rules. Like, I don't think anybody is role-playing Phoenix Command, but if you want to, like, quote-unquote simulate two dudes in a Vietnam jungle trying to see how Crimson Skies play at Plane sheet. Oh, God. Is it going to be like the Eoris character sheet? Is this going to be like fucking Eoris? Find that real quick. That's a lot. That's a lot of info. I'll say that's a reasonably large amount of info. I'm just gonna post a picture of that. There we go. Fuck off, WebP. Hold on. I guess that's another thing. I never did learn how to actually do the combat of Eoris Essence. So it's been a while. There's VODs of it on my older channel, which I'll need to figure out some way to migrate it. I got drunk and tried to make a character for Eoris Essence. So that's like a lot. And like, this is something that I understand that what's the best way I can say this? Some people enjoy playing autism, and that's fine. This game is for them. Cool. I will never play this. I'm glad that your game exists. But today I must remind them of what the Eoris character sheet looks like. Yeah, I have heard the Exalted 3rd Edition is better than the 2nd, but 2nd was also kind of a clusterfuck. Okay, there we go. Once again, I need to show off the Eoris character sheet because I love it. I love it. I made a character for this drunk, and I could not tell you how the system works. Behold, once more, I must show you this gem. How do you guys feel about the attribute wheel? Or the two the appearance and emotional status grids? The psychology slider? Then you got all the skill dots, and then the social dots, and you got your Saya. So you got your runes, your crystals, and your ritual dots, you know, those. I'm just gonna keep making this bigger, don't you mind? We got the Haisha and then the Kayla magic, and then Ishina and Isha and Aya. And then you also got arts, control, survival, and crafting, and then main attack forms, and then all of this shit, magical defense skill, and wow. Still probably less bad than Phoenix Command, if I'm gonna be honest. Eoris is if you take hippie Spaniard weebs and they get them to make a game. It's a generally interesting book to own. I am lucky that I bought a physical copy of Eoris. I don't know. At one point, it was a collector's item, and then I think it's kind of went back to being relatively, like, not too bad to get. How much is Eoris going? Yeah, you can buy a box set on eBay for, like, roughly 50, 60 bucks. It can go upwards to 100. They're very fun books. If you have more money than sense, I would recommend Eoris. So yeah, there we go. That is, I think that's the perfect thing to end the stream on. Is Eoris, which is wild. Yeah, I don't know, there's other dice systems I like. I really like the dice system from Blades in the Dark. I enjoy the failing forward and the deals with the devil and other ways you can manipulate dice. I think they're fun. I do think they're fun. Maybe one of these days, I haven't done a drunk RPG character building in a while. Maybe one of these weekends, I'll get drunk and I'll attempt to make a Phoenix Command character and then feel my soul leave my body. But with that, let's go ahead and wrap up for tonight. Yippee! All right. Thank you for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. I've already got a character with the biggest anal circumference. I have nowhere to go in Fatal. I've won Fatal. What am I going to do in Fatal now? My ass cannot physically get bigger. But yeah, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Schedule-wise, tomorrow, I will be doing some mini painting. Oh, party. Oh, God. I'm sure I could probably convince some VTubers to play Fatal. Oh, God. That would be... That would be interesting. That would be interesting to do. All right. So, schedule-wise, tomorrow I'll be doing some more mini painting for Turnip 28. I'm going to attempt to build a root shrine, which I'm very excited about. I'm very excited about building the root shrine. And then next week, I got... I don't know exactly what my plans for next week are going to be yet. We will find out. All right, who is on right now? Who do be on? Who do be on? We could raid. Let's see. Let's see who's on. Okay, I think let's go ahead and raid. Let's raid Charlotte. I think I raided Charlotte recently, but she is celebrating her. I'm taking a 1 week break from the orc stuff because I think some other people were getting their stuff in. So everybody on the YouTube side, thank you for coming, and I will catch you tomorrow. Bye bye, YouTube people. Bye bye. There we go.